Yo, what up, everybody?
Those
Why are you asking me if I listen to video game music? Somebody asked me that like 3 fucking times yesterday.
fits all approach. What I'm about to tell you that it's done for me is not necessarily reflective of what it might do for you. It is simply
Oh my god. Yeah, dude. I made tofu like an hour ago, and I ate a little bit more today. I finished eating my tofu. I stood up, walked to the kitchen. I basically passed out. I fainted. Landed on the floor, smashed the fucking bowl. So goddamn annoying. I almost hit my head really fucking badly on the island counter in the kitchen. So figured I'll eat more. I got some French fries from down the street. So yeah, my blood pressure is like fucking nothing, dude.
how I use it and how I benefit. It could actually harm you if you don't go through the proper routes. Today is a big day. I'm going to tell you about my peptide.
Yeah, dude, really? I need a retard helmet.
Hey VG, do you listen to video game music?
What's video games? Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Stack. Now, I've put in a few videos in and around this, but I'm going to tell you today exactly the products, these substances that I take in terms of peptides that have helped me with my performance and my recovery. Now, before I get into it, I need to give a very strong viewer's discretion. This is prescribed to me individually. I've done this through Blokes, and you can go to the link down below to get your blood tested and get products recommended to you. But it's very important that this is done through the advice of a doctor with ongoing blood work and assessments. It is not a one-size-fits-all approach. What I'm about to tell you that it's done for me is not necessarily reflective of what it might do for you. It is simply how I use it and how I benefit. It could actually harm you if you don't go through the proper routes. Now, without further ado, there are a few peptides I take.
Did you see the video I sent you? What video? Which one are you talking about?
And a few, not peptides, but injectables. Now, injectables themselves are actually healthier than taking anything in pill form. Let's say you take a high dose of, say, vitamin B12, and you take that as a pill, for example. It's going to go into your small intestine, into your stomach, your small intestine, absorb through your small intestine, over directly to your liver. Your liver then works with that product. It cleanses it of any imperfections. It keeps your body healthy. But putting huge amounts of anything through your liver is going to take a toll, even if it's a generally healthy product. And so when you think about injectables, you don't need to think it has to be something that's illegal or bad for you. For example, today I'm going to talk about glutathione, which is a really common dietary supplement, but it's more efficacious when injected rather than ingested. Now, let's get into it. First off, I take Semerelin. Semerelin stimulates the pituitary glands to increase growth hormone secretion. Growth hormone is not an uncommon thing for people to take in the world of strength sports. I'm really uncomfortable with the proposition of taking exogenous growth hormone for a couple of reasons. One, it's very difficult to get a legitimate source, but two, growth hormone.
That is not true. Super ridiculously fucking easy to get like good growth hormone. Actually, a lot of the black market growth hormone is better than pharmaceutical growth hormone, ironically enough. So that's not true at all. I don't know where you got that idea.
Is inherently very non-specific. So going super physiological with your growth hormone means that
When you run netet on someone,
Let me take a look.
What are signs that a person genuinely is unintelligent? 1. I believe there is a study that pointed to people below 85 IQ are incapable of comprehending false scenarios. They would ask them, what would you feel right now if you had skipped breakfast this morning, and get the response, no, I did eat breakfast this morning, and no matter how many times the question was reworded or explained, it was just beyond their comprehension. Well, intelligence is a spectrum, so the more difficulty a person has answering what if scenarios, the less intelligent they likely are. 2. When you ask them something hypothetical but they don't understand it and get angry. What if you were to travel to this city by train? Would the trip be cheaper then? No, I used my car for this. I meant what if you did, but I didn't, I used my car. 3. Consistently failing to grasp basic logic, refusing to consider new information, or making the same poor decisions repeatedly despite evidence. 4. Inability to see a problem or scenario from another person's point of view. They don't have to agree with the other person, but they should be able to understand an alternate perspective. 5. Inability to genuinely self-reflect. 6. Being confident when they're wrong. 7. Unable to admit they're wrong. 8. Their view of life is largely defined by winning and losing, nothing in between. 9. Acting like they know better than you on a topic they ask about specifically. This is coming from someone in the IT field. The number of people who, when I ask questions, will go, no, it can't be that, and refuse to even try. I have zero respect for them. 10. When they have to speak for the sake of speaking and cannot explain basic concepts correctly. 11. They constantly talk about how smart they are. 12. They think magnets don't work when they get wet. 13. They don't want to understand and or learn. 14. A lack of curiosity. 15. Unintelligent may be just someone who refuses to learn or grow, because curiosity is the real genius.
That sounds like a lot of fucking people I've debated, dude. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon.
Not only will your muscles grow, but your hair will grow everywhere, your heart grows, your liver grows, your intestines grow. A lot of bad health consequences can come from that. Where seborrheic stimulates your own.
Exogenous growth hormone doesn't seem to really promote, like, organ growth all that much. Like, this hasn't been really formally studied in humans, like ridiculously ultra stupid dumb fuck retard high amounts of growth hormone. But I mean, who's doing that? So if you're just going to a little bit above super physiological levels, you wouldn't expect that to happen. So he's talking about, like, a scenario that, like, okay, well, yeah, I'm sure there's a point at which you're going to take so much ridiculously high amounts of growth hormone that you could have, like, massive organ growth, but okay, like, maybe just don't take growth hormone that much.
Body to produce its own growth hormone, which is going to be a much lower level and a much safer way to do it. Here's research by Oxford. This is growth hormone. It's titled Growth Hormone Improving Athletic Performance Alone is Not Supported by the Literature. So this is not a one-size-fits-all. This is not.
Yeah, so you take growth hormone with other steroids to get a performance-enhancing effect. You don't just take growth hormone. That's stupid.
A magic bullet that's going to make you a super athlete, but it will help your recovery. It can help your muscle building. And for me, when I take it, I feel like I look better, I sleep better, I recover better. It's good for my muscle mass. It's good for my general soreness. And it is one of these things that I really do notice a difference when I'm taking Semerelin and when I am not. The next substance is called vasoactive intestinal peptide. Now, here is an article on cancer.gov, and here it says, vasoactive intestinal peptide improves digestion. That will, of course, help to eat larger quantities of food. It also causes relaxation of the smooth muscles in the heart and blood vessels. Naturally, small vessels, when they are constricted, less room for blood to go through. Blood is inherently sticky. You can then lead to heart issues and other cardiovascular problems like strokes. This is a thing that can stem that problem. So we couple improved digestion with stemming long-term negative health effects from being a pro strongman, from being overweight, from having slightly high blood pressure. Last I tested was about 130 over 80. Ideally, it's 120 or less over 80.
Donate to Brian or Lana Abilnai, how far he has fallen. I don't know what you're talking about, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. I'm assuming you're not interested in UK. Rot news is bad right now. What do you mean UK rot? Generally speaking, UK news is kind of interesting because the country's fucking stupid, and every time something dumb happens in the UK, it's amusing.
80. But vasoactive intestinal peptide, very, very important. And this is something I take multiple times per day. Now, for me, if we dilate blood vessels, vasoactive intestinal peptide does that. We dilate blood vessels, the network of cardiovascular, of the circulatory system. The network of the circulatory system, if we expand that, there is less total resistance to the blood flow, and that is a measure of blood pressure. That's what we get on the cuff. Now, my resting blood pressure at peak when I was in Australia, amateur strongman training hard, was 190 over 110. It's been a massive struggle for me.
Whoa.
Both of my dad's parents died in their 50s of heart-related issues with medication in Australia.
Dude. 190. What the fuck?
This reduced to about 150 over 90 on average. But my most recent test, as I said, was 130 over 80, and I'm not taking any blood pressure meds right now. So it has helped massively in terms of my overall health, and that makes a substantial impact to how long I'm going to compete in strongman. Next up, I take an amino acid called methionine.
Grooming gang inquiry again. It's bad, bro. Police drugging girls and helping the rapists. I mean, that sounds about right. You expect the UK police to solve crimes? Of course not. The UK police are there to harass you, tell you to move along, sir.
Hey VG, you know, having constant digestive upset, randomly fainting, and having sleep problems is not good. What is wrong with Lord Gaines?
I haven't been having sleep problems. I only had trouble sleeping, like, what, a couple nights ago? And the digestive upset was from that terrible protein powder I was having. I stopped taking it. I don't have any digestive problems right now. But the fainting is from dieting. I'm prone to having low blood pressure to begin with. And when I go on a diet, my blood pressure really fucking tanks. So, yeah, I'm eating French fries right now because I think I lost a fair bit of weight this week. And, yeah, my blood pressure was really low. And I almost, like, killed myself just now. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
Have you heard about the detention of Mahmoud Khalil?
Yes. I'm hearing very conflicting shit about that. I'm not sure if what the Trump administration was doing was entirely appropriate, because he is involved with the pro-Palestine protesters. I'm not sure to what effect, and I'm not sure what evidence the police or ICE actually acquired, because I don't know, like, really how involved he is with the whole protest movement, exactly how much of a Hamas supporter he is, what exactly he was doing on campus. So I don't have a particularly strong opinion either way. Fundamentally, the guy's like an absolute fucking anti-Semitic scumbag, so as far as him getting arrested and deported, I don't really care. The issue is more of a procedural problem, like exactly why and how, these ICE arrests are being made. Thanks for the donation, though, even though.
9. And methionine, according to ScienceDirect.com, it increases the TCA cycle, which is glucose metabolism, electron transport chain, which helps you generate ATP from a variety of sources, and mitochondrial respiration, which is creating energy from carbs and fats. Essentially, it increases your capacity to digest your fuel sources into creating ATP. Of course, ATP, the phosphate is used for energy. Then the byproduct is ADP. You then need a phosphate to create ATP again, and that's how that cycle goes around. So methionine increases your ability to access those energy stores. Now, for me, I generally feel like I have more energy for exercise when I'm taking methionine. For me,
Bro, that is one of the stupidest fucking things to say. Oh, VG has never visited London. He's erroneously misinformed. Like, if I were to say Russia is like a totalitarian shithole that's run by a horrible dictator, and then somebody said, oh, you've never been to Moscow, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. Like, buddy, you're naming one fucking city out of the whole country that's particularly fucking wealthy, and then you're saying, you're wrong about the fucking UK, mate. Like, yeah, London is a particularly nice fucking wealthy tourist location. Most of fucking UK is a stupid, dumb, retarded fucking shithole. The police do fucking nothing. They're basically worthless. All they're there to fucking do is give dumb, worthless fucking tickets to people. Oh, you were going 3 miles per hour over the limit, innit? I saw you just dropped a fucking receipt out your bag. That's going to be a $50 fine for littering. Excuse me, but I noticed that you were standing there while being black. Now, I find that to be rather suspicious, mate. Like, that's what the police do. As far as actually stopping crimes, they do absolutely fucking nothing. All the police do in the UK is fucking harass people, give them stupid tickets. That's why they're hiring an insane amount of female police officers. They have some of the most, like, I've never seen this before. I've never seen so many fucking female police officers in a fucking country in my life. It's because they're not supposed to actually do anything. They hire women because they're not expected to actually arrest anybody. They hire women because all they need is fucking retards to give out just pointless fucking tickets to get tax revenue. And then, like, just the government's fucked everything. They fucked over the NHS. They fucked over basically every single social service that you pay taxes for. So basically your money is just going up in fucking flames, literally, like, paying for nothing. And they've ruined the fucking economy over the past, like, what, fucking 2 decades? So, yeah, the UK sucks. Get out while you still can. It's shit.
The actor they chose to play Ellie in The Last of Us show is so disgustingly ugly it makes me violently ill. We need Harvey Weinstein back. Under his watch we had Jennifer Lawrence type women in these shows.
Hiring that girl to play Ellie, I can guarantee you that was politically motivated. Guarantee you. I do not accept the idea that they could not find one single female actor around that age that was pretty, that looked somewhat like Ellie, that could play that role. Bullshit. They deliberately chose the ugliest fucking girl they could find to play that role. So, yeah, I'm not watching that show because they got the ugliest fucking actor they could possibly find. And watching her literally makes me sick to my fucking stomach. She is hideous. Like, so fucking ugly. I don't even think she's human. I think her mother had sex with a potato and somehow, like, the genes in the potato fertilized her eggs, and then a homunculus potato human got birthed. Like, it is so bad. Thanks for the donation, though, Jason. Like, seriously, though, it's bad.
Me, it makes me feel more powerful, as though I have more energy at a moment's notice. And when I'm doing longer medleys, it seems that the cardiovascular limit seems a bit lower, almost that I can kick into my aerobic state earlier than if I wasn't taking methionine. That being said, that's just how I feel. In terms of the literature, we have these processes, these chemical reactions to create ATP that supports my feeling, but we don't have evidence directly to say that methionine makes your medleys better, for example. It's just what I feel. Next up, the next two substances are very, very common, and they are not anything untoward. They are things that you can get in dietary supplements. The first one is NAD+, which is a form of vitamin B3. For context, exercise and diet is in exercising lots and eating well can increase the NAD in your body.
Don't worry VG, soon the Anita Island will be underwater once the polar ice caps melt.
The only downside to that, I know for a fact, Canada is going to be stupid enough to let all these inbred fucking swine in from the UK once the polar ice caps melt and the UK is flooded. Guarantee you, all these fucking rotten teeth retards are all just gonna come here. So we're not really avoiding catastrophe. It's worse. All the idiots are gonna fucking come here. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Essentially, NAD Plus creates ATP. It improves recovery. And for me, I have confidence with NAD Plus that I'm supporting my long-term health and that I'm getting all of the energy that I can. Now, I talk a lot. In strongman, we don't have these massive energy bursts. We don't have demands like a marathon runner. We mostly have to keep our bodies alive and large and muscular, but we don't actually do that much exercise to require all that fats, carbohydrates, protein for energy. We just need it to sustain our body. But when it comes to increased energy sources, I would way rather go the route of NAD plus, of methionine, than going to extra carbs. These are energy sources that help with the cellular processes to create energy rather than over-consuming calories leading to excess body weight gain. Last up is glutathione. I told you guys I was going to talk about this one. Glutathione is involved in tissue building and repair. This applies to muscles, to soft tissues, to the brain, to the liver, to the skin, etc. For me, this is essentially the world's best buffer of abusing your body. And I say abusing your body, for me, through eating excess amounts of food, being way more overweight than the average person.
CDG donate chillers. What? You're telling me you don't want Eddie Hall as your next door neighbor? Don't you want to see his fat gut and smell his hippopotamus farts? Oh, that would be fucking horrible. That jackass. He admitted this in one of his fucking videos. Those light armored vehicles that he has that he calls tanks, they're not really tanks. But, you know, his tanks that he has, they run on leaded gasoline. So that fucking jackass loads his fucking tanks up with leaded gasoline and just spews fucking lead dust wherever the hell he drives in those stupid things. Like, what a fucking asshole. I'd hate to live next to a dickhead like that. Thanks for the donation, CDG. The stupid ones don't go to Canada, they go to Ibiza, Spain. Well, this is assuming the entire UK would be flooded. So, guaranteed, those jackasses are coming to Canada if the UK got flooded from, like, climate change.
would be, in pushing my body to the limit, in damaging my muscles and my ligaments, and really walking the line of health and performance, and often performing when feeling unhealthy, for example, a musculoskeletal injury or a joint pain or something like that. Now, for me, glutathione, simply put, it's just a powerful tool to help me train hard.
I don't think aviation fuel necessarily has lead. It's only some of those like small engine propeller planes, right? Which ones have it? Most commonly used grades of AV gas still contain tetraethyl lead. Yeah, but in what planes? Yeah, isn't this in only these small engine propeller planes? Or is it in jet engines? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure yeah, it's only in these propeller engine planes. I don't think jet fuel is leaded
on a regular basis. Now, this whole protocol was given to me by the doctor at Blokes based on the demands that I place on myself and my body, based on my family history, and based on my blood work. I also have smart supplements, which are more common, multivitamin, a omega-3, stuff like that. And I can cover that in a future video if you'd like. But these are the 5 injectables that I take on a regular basis, a couple of which are peptides and a few of which are just vitamins or vitamin derivatives that I find improve my performance and was advised by Blokes. I cannot recommend enough to go to this company. You can go ahead, click the link down in the description. But I recommend them because they're not primarily concerned about performance. They're primarily concerned about your health. Now, when you're healthy and you're functioning on all cylinders, you're likely going to perform better. But this is a health-forward company that works in preventative medicine. If hormones are something that you need, it is also something that they can do. Of course, for me, I'm a young, healthy male. I was not prescribed any sort of hormone by Blokes. That just would not make sense in my circumstance. But they gave me everything we could to make sure my body stays in one piece and that I can stay healthy. And you should do the same for yourself, whether you are a non-exercise.
All right, those are the peptides he's on. Let's see. New York DMV nonsense. This is going to be great.
I mean,
oh my god. Bro, did he get another tattoo on his neck? He didn't have that before, right? Why is he getting so many tattoos for no reason, and they're all terrible? Like the dumbest shit you could possibly put on your body.
I mean, nobody likes the DMV, and these people are never held accountable for anything but what should be a simple...
Yeah, what the fuck is that? When the fuck did he get this? What even is that? It's like a house with... Is that a G? What in the fuck is that tattoo?
Nobody likes the DMV, and these people are never held accountable for anything but what should be a simple transaction is always a nightmare. So I moved to Pennsylvania, but I still have a New York driver's license. So I purchased vehicles in the state of Pennsylvania. I paid sales tax in the state of Pennsylvania, and they have a specific form out-of-state purchase. So, you know, I spent 2 hours driving up to this DMV with the correct forms, and they won't let me register the vehicle. The thing is, I have already done 7 vehicles with this out-of-state exemption. You know, I purchased a few at auction for my business. Paperwork went through, no problem. Today, for some reason, I make the drive up here, I get the correct forms, and they make up some excuse. they don't want to see me. It's like the money is getting taken out of these workers' pockets. These workers are taught to extract as much money from working people as possible.
Do you think it might have been possible that maybe they have not been trained properly and they're mistaken? You could maybe just talk to their manager, maybe go to a different DMV.
I believe he got a Freemason tattoo VG.
Is that a Freemason symbol? It looks fucking terrible. Like, neck tattoos usually don't look great. There's some good ones, but I mean, that's just outrageously stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
It's not about...
It's an upside-down Freemason symbol? There's so many weird things going on. So we know he has an alcohol problem. He's, in the last, like, what, year? He started taking kratom, and apparently it's one of the most addictive and potent forms of kratom. He's got this lawsuit going on with Paul Saladino where he may lose $2.8 million. Constantly complaining about being, like, stressed out and shit. And, like, he's getting all these fucking tattoos. It's like, he's... It just looks like he's becoming, like, some crazy, drug-addicted, trailer trash, retard degenerate.
Legitimacy, it's completely ridiculous. They want me to pay tax twice on the vehicles for the state of Pennsylvania and for the state of New York, which, as I said, isn't correct. But today, for some reason, they don't want to take the vehicles, and now, honestly, I'd rather just file a lawsuit against them just to waste their time and money and make them pay a lawyer's fat retainer fee. It's just for wasting my time.
Why doesn't he just go to another DMV if they're wrong about this? Like, that is an option. You realize.
It's completely disgusting.
Why does... Like, doesn't he have a... like, nutrition channel? Like, that's what his channel's about, right? Why is he uploading a video about how he couldn't get his car registered at the DMV? This is also kind of weird. Because, like, what was it, like, a month ago? He bought the, Lexus he couldn't afford, and then he tried to return it right away and made up a stupid excuse. And now he's at the DMV for something. I feel like it might be related. He might be lying about why he's even there and what happened. I wonder if he's trying to transfer ownership of a vehicle and he's not trying to get a car registered, because it sounds more like he's probably trying to transfer ownership. What a dumbass. Frank's just...
In me, the safe dope.
Frank's just fucked, dude. CDG donate to Lars. He's so ugly. Imagine this guy came up to you. What would you think? He has a unibrow, creepy eyes, can't look directly at you because they're deformed and botched like Frankenstein, and weird facial hair on his chin, and curly hairs and tattoo on neck. Yeah, I'd think like a drug-addicted retard is trying to talk to me. It's not surprising he doesn't have any friends. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. China, donate $2. Once you're on memory TV, you're officially a terrorist. Is this Jason Hinkle? Or Jackson Hinkle? Yeah.
I am so honored to be here.
He's just a attention-seeking retard, dude. He's kind of like Vitaly or Johnny Somali, only rather than just being a public nuisance, he just does that kind of crap. It's just attention-seeking. Give the bully an inch, he'll take a mile. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian. Well, the CCP would know about that. But yeah, the Trump tariffs are just so fucking stupid, and they're not doing anything productive. Thanks for the donation, China.
Oh, what did he say? Wait, what's chat saying? Bro is pumped. Calm down. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Holy W.
Do you like my country, Iran, is spending whole money for nuclear facility?
Oh. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Dude, did Hassan get wrecked by a fucking taxi driver?
Dynamic.
Is that Hassan I see in the video? What a moron interacting with the UK.
Yeah. I don't even know why he does this shit. Like, he's rich. Why doesn't he just be rich and shut up and leave everyone the fuck alone? Just drive your fucking, I don't know, McLaren or whatever the fuck you have and work out at your stupid fucking billion-dollar house and shut the fuck up. Why does he have to insert himself into this crap? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I just want to say I don't want people in America to forget about BLM. I don't want people to forget about black people. I don't want people to forget about the millions of black people who are incarcerated. 25% of black people in America are incarcerated. Free black people, free Palestine, free Sudan, free Elim, free Hamas, free everybody. Allah Akbar, al-Mu'tabrita, al-Mu'tabrita, la Beki Hussein, la Beki Hussein.
Al-Mortala America, Al-Mortala Israel. He's doing the he's doing the death to America, death to Israel.
Jeez. Luffy donate $2. When someone says X is natural, therefore good by that same logic, wouldn't getting sick and getting cancer be good, while chemotherapy and all modern medicine is bad, since getting sick is natural while medicine and treatment isn't? You could make that argument.
Frank's a Mason? Laugh my ass off. I've known guys who were members of that club. It's not as secret as you'd think. But those morons take that seriously as if it's the Bloods or Crips gang. Next we will see a video with a mysterious black eye from a Jew.
What's the Freemason symbol? Yeah, it's not a secret club. Oh. Yeah, he literally got the Freemason symbol, but upside down. He's losing his mind.
Sneak peek of Potato Face Ellie from Season 2. Why is Frank doing everything in his power to look anything other than himself? I know he did some gay things in his past, but it's nothing worth erasing his identity over.
Frank is just super insecure, dude. So, yeah, he's stupid, but Yes. She doesn't look much different than this. Like, this is basically the male version of the actress who plays Ellie. But, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Sean. Yeah, so Frank isn't a Freemason. I think the tattoo, he got it upside down. So I'm assuming it's some kind of political statement. He's losing his mind. Like, he genuinely believes that there's secret societies that are controlling the world. Anyone can become a Freemason member, by the way. They have a website, and you just have to pay an annual fee. Like, it's so insane how he thinks Freemasons are running the world. You literally just pay an annual fee, and then you're a Freemason. It's just a clubhouse, basically. It's so dumb. Thanks for the donation, though. Free my balls. Tofu noodles donated $2.
The main ingredient in this dough is tofu. So let's make these 2-ingredient tofu noodles. You can make a lot of things with tofu dough, but lately I've been really into noodles. I'm using a block of extra firm tofu with about 2 to 2.5 cups of flour and some sea salt. They're very spicy, but very good.
Huh. Might try that. Looks like it's good. Bro's never been to the US if he thinks this is bad.
Right. This, as you can see, is supposed to be some sort of new bus stop or bus station. It's not exactly the world's greatest building. It's not exactly a massive monument to anything impressive. This has taken about 2 years. This is the product of 2 years worth of labor. And look at it, it's still not goddamn all done. And it's barely above ground level. What is the point of this? This is the entire problem of this entire town, is that everything is done really poorly. Everything's being turned into flats. This is quite a nice old looking building. It's been dilapidated for years, just as long as I can remember. Apparently turned into flats. Incredible. Of course it's turned into flats, because so many people are crowding to move here. So this is the bottom end of town. Obviously, there is a barber. That's actually where I get my hair cut. They're actually not bad. but look at this building here. You'd never believe that was a restaurant if I didn't tell you. Like, it's blacked out. There's never anyone in there. But there's never any clientele going in and out of it. And it's got blacked out windows. What kind of restaurant has blacked out windows? Like, how do you attract customers? Oh yeah, look at the state of this as well. So this is the bottom end of town, right? This used to be a bar called the Lava Lounge, but before that was Walkabout, and before that was something else. In fact, that used to be a bar. All of this, and nightclubs, all of this down here, this was a massive nightclub that everyone used to go to. The last one still remaining is at Weatherspoons there, because they serve food. But all of this, if you just look down the street here, all of this was nightclubs. This is where everyone used to go on like Friday or Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights to go drinking. You meet up with your mates, right? It's all gone. It's all like, it's just, recently, this facade has just been rebuilt, presumably for flats.
Haha, even Hassan looks empty by these people. I DPNT understand why he can choose to defund them.
Well, he wants to support fascism and terrorism, and unfortunately, yeah. Or fortunately for us, only retards do that. So yeah, he's gonna be in a lot of those situations. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Do you agree with his assessment?
In July 2024,
I'll take a look at that later. Thanks for the donation, Tofu Noodles.
Song request, can you sing along? Also Finn is such a chicken cranium.
He is indeed. I can sing this for you. Thanks for the donation, McMartin Laid Slather.
Yep.
Toad riding bike on the event horizon. Fatty Ward, mounted Slick Daddy, Bean Large, Snake, Co, Krabby Patty, and Sally, Tad, and the Bean Patty, McQueen, Dally, and Three-Piece, Pollock, Skander, Munfreak, and Hilaria, Work, and Heck, and Nerd, Choke, a Pirate Lake, Poke, Chili Bean on a Bike Spoke. That's all my rope 3 that tried an envelope situate ones. Discovered Uranus, gotta send a probe on a bong node on node, got me stroking a lemon toad bilbo. Sydney showed isopropyl is heckin' hope. While I smell a rose-covered rose, I'll pick rose feed, Cheetos grass by frog toes, heap, beef jerky on tea. Steak, fleshlight in a garden rake, prevent blisters on the spleen for increased pay, watch me whip mash my straight. Olay, that's my fray, sprinkled on the doorway for Subway. During sandstorm in a rock rave, have a bucket of fish paste and young Toad Roxy chased a cup of joe with weasel serum, shoelace bean paste on my stank face down the hatch with some orange jace. Well, I did my best. Thanks for the donation, dude. CDG donators, is the Englishman really saying shit about the US, dude? Look at yourself, please shut the fuck up. No, he's in the UK. I think this says us, not US, since there's a lowercase s. So he's in the UK. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Oh my god, why the hell does the UK look like a third world country?
Well, they're basically doing a lot of what the US is doing. They're just taking away all the money from the middle class, not investing in infrastructure. Literally cheating people out of their tax money by making austerity measures to not actually pay for any social services that you paid your taxes for, and yeah, everything just goes to shit. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Love you, VG.
Well, thank you, Nut Muffin. I love myself too. Appreciate the donation, dude. Gender Performance donated $2. Do you agree with this philosophy?
It's one thing to say that
Judith Butler, your behavior creates your gender. I don't think it's that simple. Like, there's clearly a self-identity aspect to gender. It's not just, like, acting male or female. There is a self-identity aspect to it.
Gender is performed, and that's a little different from saying gender is performative. When we say gender is performed, we usually mean that we've taken on a role, we're acting in some way, and that our acting or our role playing is crucial to the gender that we are and the gender that we present to the world. To say that gender is performative is a little different, because for something to be performative means that it produces a series of effects. We act and walk and speak and talk in ways that consolidate an impression of being a man or being a woman. You know, I was walking down the street in Berkeley when I first arrived several years ago, and a young woman who was, I think, in high school
Why does it look like she has such tiny arms? It's weird. It's like she has... It's like somebody else's arms on her body that are just too little for her.
Leaned out of her window and she yelled, "Are you a lesbian?" And she was looking to harass me. Or maybe she was just freaked out, or she thought I looked like I probably was one and wanted to know. But instead I just turned around and I said, "Yes, I am." And that really shocked her. We act as if...
Dude, what's hilarious is when I first moved back to Canada with Jasmine, I think the first like week or two we moved here, we went to the corner store just to pick up like some drinks. And there was some lesbian girl who came over from the bar into the convenience store and then started hitting on Jasmine when I was like right there. It was so weird.
That being of a man or that being of a woman is actually an internal reality or something that's simply true about us, a fact about us. Actually, it's a phenomenon that's being produced all the time and reproduced all the time. So to say gender is performative is to say that nobody really is a gender from the start. I know it's controversial, but that's my claim.
If her claim is that your behavior creates your gender, then I don't know how she could claim people are genderless when they're born. There are behavioral differences between male and female infants and toddlers. So if behavior determines your gender, then by definition, you can gender toddlers and infants and toddlers since they do behave differently based on their sex. So...
Think about how difficult it is for sissy boys or how difficult it is for tomboys to function socially without being bullied or without being teased or without sometimes suffering threats of violence.
Dude, chicks that are tomboys are so fucking hot.
Or without their parents intervening to say maybe you need a psychiatrist or why can't you be normal. So, you know, there are institutional powers like psychiatric normalization, and there are informal kinds of practices like bullying.
Blah, blah, blah. Skip to 8:45, he discusses Foucault Nietzsche. Oh, is this more of that retard who doesn't know shit about what he's talking about? Okay, I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Gender Performance. CDG donate tellers he's an Englishman, he can still shut the fuck up. Well, you got a good point there. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Majambu donate $2. KTLA is based. KTLA experienced a technical error while adding language filters to our social media accounts, resulting in an offensive word being accidentally shared. That's a good excuse. Thanks for the donation, Majin
OnlyFans is proof that the free market is a mistake. You used to be able to pay for actual sex, and now hoflation has fucked up the market where every bitch wants to charge you $100 a month to see her finger herself. Like whatever happened to glory holes.
That is a very good point. We need to get rid of OnlyFans and reinstate glory holes. I've never done a glory hole. I had, like, I've wanted to, like, obviously not with a random stranger, but I wanted to, like, create a glory hole with Jasmine, but, I didn't want to drill a hole through the door because we were renting. And I thought it would be lame if we got, like, a big cardboard box and then, like, put it in, like, a closet or something. Like, I want a real glory hole, you know? Like, there has to be a door or something or a wall with a hole in it. Not just some cardboard. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. CDG donated $2. It's always the lesbians talking about gender law. I found most lesbians are usually, like, very anti-trans. Usually. It's mostly, like, bisexual women or just really trendy college girls that are talking about gender. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
I'm so sick of all these feminists trying to say that men and women are not that different.
Oh, they're very different. Man have penis. Woman have penis or vagina. So yeah, so we're quite different. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Declares war on these self-imposed limitations. So there is a tendency towards intellectual as well as political anarchism here. And if you read Foucault as the son of Nietzsche, almost something like a distilled essence of Nietzsche, without the great protean variety of Nietzsche's
thanks for the membership, Uber.
Poetic excursions, you'll have some idea of the general tenor of his mind.
How is Lord Gaines coping without sex? Do you just jerk off to lesbian porn every day?
No, sometimes I just watch tentacle hentai. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Blobus donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god, that is a Blobus. Wow. I think that frog might be overweight. That is a very large frog. Wow. Oh, look at him run. It's funny how, they're exactly like us with no differences. Oh. Oh my god. That's nice. They're friends. Bro, I would hate having a pet fox. It would just stress me out seeing them run all over the fucking place like that constantly. Yeah, they're fucking annoying. Like, they're cute, but I wouldn't be able to handle having a pet fox. Oh, Hyrax, though? That's an entirely different story. Hyraxes are great. They're just weird little potatoes that just eat lettuce. They squeak and just lie down and eat lettuce. Those are good Hyraxes. Oh my god. When the beast speaks, we have to listen. Oh. Oh my god, he's so person. I love this video. Look at him eating his lettuce. Oh my god. So person. Thanks for the donation, Blobus. CDG donate $2. You just reminded me of this gem.
Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
Thanks for the tip.
That was a really weird movie. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
You take this for your workouts. Any negative side effects?
Cialis, anyone? I actually have no idea what to expect.
Most common side effect with Cialis is going to be headaches and runny nose. But I wouldn't recommend taking Cialis as a performance enhancer, like for exercise, because it does practically nothing. I've taken Cialis before. Like, it makes your dick harder. Like, you will get harder erections, but in terms of, like, noticing a benefit when you're training, it does nothing. Will Tennyson is a lying attention whore, and he just bullshitted in that entire video he made. This guy is a liar and a fucking fraud, and he massively overhyped some of these drugs and supplements just for video views. So yeah, I wouldn't bother taking Cialis for workout performance, but if you want harder erections, then yeah, take Cialis. Thanks for the donation though, Alan.
Sexual dimorphism in humans is the smallest of any other ape. We're just not that different.
You say that, but when you blow a car tire on the side of the road, who's gonna fix it? That's right. Men, because women are fucking useless, lazy liars. Who, even though you could change the car tire, couldn't ya? You could do it, but you know you could just get a man to do it. Because you are useless, lazy liars. Now go make me a sandwich. Thanks for the donation, Rosnia.
Now, it's also worth looking into Foucault's intellectual influences, apart from his personal history, because so much of his work is derivative and so much of it borrows from other thinkers that it's worth knowing how to situate yourself with reference to earlier thought so that Foucault doesn't seem to pop onto the intellectual scene out of a vacuum. In the first case, you have to, although it's not usually made reference to in books on Foucault, it seems very clear that Hobbes's conception of man, human beings as desiring animals, as automata pursuing desire, and power becoming the main focus of a political philosophy, there are obvious connections between Hobbes and Foucault. There's a lot more complexity, there's a lot more baggage being brought into this discussion with Foucault, but Hobbes and Foucault have many fundamental similarities in their conception of human nature and their conception of the project of political philosophy. A second influence is Kant. Not, of course, because he wants to recreate Kant's kind of intellectual structure, this elaborate rationalistic structure, but rather he adopts with Kant a critical stance towards knowledge. And he wants to take that Kantian criticism to the point where it delegitimizes all the grand narratives that have led up to the contemporary age. In other words, Foucault believes that what was characteristic of the earlier period of intellectual life that moves from about 1800 to about 1950 is that it's all caught up with the idea of grand narratives. One big story which legitimizes all our claims towards knowledge and our claims towards political legitimacy and our claims.
$2 Some of the comments on Frank's video are hilarious, so I put those together. Dude thinks if he gets the tattoo, he'll get into the secret society and his life will get better. Wake up, Frankie. The world isn't after you. You're schizophrenic. Shouldn't be driving anyway if your eyes are as bad as you claim. Can you tattoo a giant schlong on your face?
Frank, when he see this, those damn Jews at it again. They stole my idea. I'm suing. Did a glory hole? All you Wally shoot the link. I know you screen recorded, you greedy bitch. Stop hogging, you black bastard. Lol.
Magic hat for a week and you won't believe how much better I feel. EMF radiation is all around us in the modern world. It comes from...
Oh my god. I wish Trump could deport these people. I don't even care if they're US citizens. If anyone's selling a Wi-Fi shielding hat, just send them to, like, I don't know, Pakistan or something. Like, go fuck yourself. Deport Frank Tufano to Pakistan. Deport this guy to Pakistan. They all should just get the fuck out of the country. Yeah. I'm sure Frank will claim this guy stole his idea. Thanks for the donation, Frederick. Dick She. Can you get a giant schlong on your face next? May as well. Honestly, everything you do at this point is so restarted. More tattoos to ruin yourself. More after the eye surgery botch. Lip fillers and cheek implants. You look like my Tony Hawk customized character. Maybe try customizing your outfit next time. You've worn the same clothes for the past year, for fuck's sakes. This dude just manifests negative energy around himself. This dude is LeBron James of poor life decisions. It's truly amazing how every single thing this guy does ends up being some huge disaster and drama. Frankie accidentally ate the desiccated Messianic thyroid. Bro, what is wrong with you? The tattoo. I don't know if you can be trusted to be buying stuff from. Tattoo is based in schizopilled. Ignore all the shills saying otherwise. Bro, his own audience is fucking turning on him. That's hilarious. Holy shit. Like, he's clearly experiencing, like, schizophrenic symptoms. That tattoo is so fucking bizarre. Like, you know he did it as some kind of political statement because he thinks the Illuminati is out to get him. Like, that is crazy, getting a tattoo on your neck that's that bad because you think you're getting politically persecuted by, like, some secret society. He's seriously fucked. He needs, like, medication and, like, probably needs, like, to be locked up and get serious therapy.
I just realized glory holes are mostly for gay men, so yeah, never mind what I said before. But still, there should be more local sex workers and shit instead of every bitch making an of, like WTF is this BS. If I want to see porn, I'd watch it for free.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, it's not gay to stick your dick into a glory hole because they're the fags sucking your dick. So, it's not gay if you're getting your dick sucked. They're gay for sucking your dick. Fucking Harold and Kumar logic. But thanks for the donation, Ben. $2 $2. Rate my song 1 to 10. Yeah, that's just awful. That's just awful. Oh my god, you expect me to do this? Terminator 2. Rocky. There'll be blood. Let's see. Princess Mononoke. Matrix. Is Conan on here? Gladiator was fucking sick. You gotta have Conan the Barbarian on here. Where the fuck's Conan the Barbarian? Conan the Barbarian. I don't see it. Well, anyway, you get the idea. You just put the good movies. I'm also noticing there's repeating movies. There's Terminator 2, and there's Terminator 2. The fuck is this? They all repeat. So... skip to 636.
A couple of months ago or whenever, this jabroni, Michael Knowles, here he is explaining how he couldn't possibly be talking about a genocide.
They said that I was calling for the extermination of transgender people. They said I was calling for a genocide.
Yes, he literally called for the extermination of transgender people. I saw the clip before. Ben over bitch, donate $2. Let me see.
Where are you going? Oh, I'm meeting up with someone from my grinder app. Isn't that for anonymous gay hookups? No. This one's a way for guys who enjoy sandwiches to connect.
You meatball freak?
Uh-huh.
All right, let's do this.
Are you also married?
Thanks for the donation, Ben over bitch.
Side against, I said, what? I must have missed that part of my show. When did I say that?
Transgenderism must be eradicated.
One, I don't know how you could have a genocide.
Michael Knowles is clearly gay. Like, you can tell just by the way he looks and the way he talks that this guy sucks cock. He did a short film, I think when he was in college, where he played a gay guy, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, Michael Knowles is fucking gay, bro. This is a gay man. So, yeah, this is just pure cope. He probably was raised in, like, some Catholic family and has some, like, fucked up guilt for being gay, and he's, like, trying to compensate, but this dude is gay as shit. Like, look at his fucking hair. You're telling me a straight guy is gonna have that fucking hair. Look, he even has like this little bitch, like barely there mustache. Like, yeah, he's fucking gay.
Claims towards valid moral judgment. What he says is no. All these grand meta-narratives have disappeared. They are no longer plausible. And for that reason, we will have to eliminate that. His conception of critique, then, means criticizing things, as Marx once wrote a piece called Towards a Ruthless Critique of Everything Existing. Well, you might want to say that that's what Foucault's position is. He wants a ruthless critique of everything existing. I would also connect Foucault to the Marquis de Sade for a couple of reasons. First of all, that the Enlightenment, particularly a critical rationality, without optimism and without some sense of moral or political obligation, tends to make one concentrate exclusively on the self, imprisons you within the domain of the body, and particularly, along with Sade, he's interested in limit experiences. He wants to take things right to the end. He has what I would call the spiritual stance of the romantic. If you think of romantic poets and romantic authors, they take powerful emotions, leaving rationality aside for the most part, they take feeling as far as one can possibly go. It seems clear that's true of the Marquis de Sade. It also seems true that that's clear of Foucault. Of course, Nietzsche was of great influence on Foucault in Beyond Good and Evil. He says that in the future, or that the future of European high culture for the next several centuries will be nihilism, and Foucault takes that up in spades, trying to drive European culture beyond good and evil. So he's absorbing a tremendous number of pre-20th century influences and then taking the whole gamut of 20th century French culture and picking and choosing, trying to pull it all together. It's amazing how much ground he covers.
I don't understand how people can wear clothes like this indoors. Like, why in the fuck would you wear a coat indoors where it's warm? Like, wouldn't your armpits and shit just start sweating like crazy?
New Blaha Ments.
Let me take a look.
Hey everyone, I have an announcement to make. As many of you know, I uploaded this same...
Okay, sweet. Yeah, that's gonna be great. Thanks for the donation, Mark Stubing. Ben Overbitch $22. Skip to 4 minutes. Is this how you'd want to do a glory hole?
Oh, Peter. Now come on, let's get it on.
I always thought Lois's nasally voice and big nose were hot.
Through a P.O. box.
Peter, this isn't working.
Well, I'm at full go. Are you sure you're in the right box?
Yes.
Box 528?
Yes, 528.
All right, just reach in and grab it.
Well, I don't think that's practical because your penis would have to be so long that it would have to extend past the length of the P.O. box. So, that would be impractical, and that's just silly. I don't, you wouldn't have enough space for a hand job either, so... Yeah, it's just impractical. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Same exact video yesterday. After over 100 likes and nearly 100 comments in just a few hours, the video was taken down by YouTube and I was given a strike. Jason Blaha has a very long and well-documented history of repeatedly abusing the YouTube copyright and harassment policy system. He spent nearly 20 years, if not more, creating socks and fake accounts and lying on various forums and, of course, YouTube itself. Jason has falsely taken down countless channels and videos criticizing him, and as most people know, He does this because he takes advantage of YouTube's extremely flawed system. Jason has made dozens, if not over 100 fake accounts since starting his first YouTube channel. This might seem unrealistic, but it really isn't if you dive deeper into his forum cell days, which most people aren't too informed on. Anyway, he mass flagged my video yesterday and got it taken down, which is pathetic but not unexpected. 9 times out of 10, YouTube will not change its mind during appeals, as there's too many to go through, so it's easier for them to just play God and stick with their decision. I highly doubt that they even watch my video. The appeal system is just like elections. They only exist to give people the illusion that they have any power in what's going on with their lives. YouTube is willing to sacrifice the vast majority of perfectly suitable videos if it means taking down the very few that actually violate their guidelines. Don't want to get the tiny hat advertisers upset. God forbid some people enjoy watching the occasional Blaha meant during their lunch breaks. This sucks because chances are this video will not receive the same amount of engagement it did previously. I hate doing this, but me and Vegeta are pretty much the only anti-Blaha creators that still post videos and consistently get thousands, if not tens of thousands of views. I know how much you guys are passionate about the Blaha verse, and I need you to help me out on this one. Please like and comment. You guys are the main reason I upload videos. On top of me also being a passionate Blaha head, Jason took this video of Dwight's down 3 or 4 times before it was able to stay up. It was the first video that really exposed Jason living with his murder charge roommate. More on that later. Whenever a fresh ment of Jason's is initially exposed on YouTube, he goes extra hard into making sure it gets taken down because he thinks he stands a chance against the troll horde. He never learns. He did the same thing with the stolen valor thing back in the day. His entire...
Like, why does he even care? Like, okay, they figured out he's living with a fucking woman who got charged with murder. Who cares? Move on. It's so weird. Like, this guy clearly has a severe case of narcissism if he gives a shit about some of this crap.
Entire life is about pretending to convince others that he's an actual functioning member of society. If this video gets taken down again, you'll know what happened to it. Jason is particularly sensitive about any video discussing Jen because it's his most embarrassing series of ments that hasn't reached the Blahaverse mainstream in an organized way. We can only do this together. Leave some comments roasting Jason, give him your worst. And with a few minor tweaks, hopefully this vid will stay up. Thank you guys, you're the best. I really appreciate you. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention that Jason went $45,000 into credit card debt paying for Jen's rent during the course of their relationship.
Yeah.
Thought I'd just throw this in here. What a simp.
Dude, that is retarded. My God.
Back to the video.
Say my name.
Hello, Ruby.
You're goddamn right.
Jason Blaha had a long-distance girlfriend named Jen Willet from late 2018 to mid-2022. Jen was a call girl who lived in Bloomington, Illinois. A call girl is a sex service where a girl will talk dirty to you over the phone in exchange for money. This relationship is a very important and underappreciated saga in the never-ending story of Jason Blaha, and until now was fully knowledgeable to only a few select people. Dwight Palmer, Jason's best bro, discovered Jen through sheer coincidence. Dwight was in contact with Ruby Cherie, and Jason had sent her a picture of Jen, mentioning she was his girlfriend. Dwight scrolled through one of Jason's former friends' Facebook followers list until he found Jen. He started messaging her, and she had a lot to say and a lot of revenge to dish out to Blaha. All screenshots and video recordings of Dwight's back and forth with Jen will not be shared here, as it's in a private group chat and certain details are confidential. However, many of the things Jen shared are public information, and this video is meant to document all of them in a relatively simple manner. Trust me when I say that this woman is a full-fledged narcissist in her own right, and she wouldn't shut up about random, irrelevant bits of her personal life that didn't pertain to Jason. Dwight had a lot of patience when messaging her. This is easily my longest video, and I try to really keep things as short and concise as possible. Let's begin. According to Jen, not long after she got done doing Hurricane Michael recovery work in 2018, Jason, having been a Facebook friend, one day out of the blue, randomly asked for her advice over Messenger on how to choose his next girlfriend. No joke, you can see the grooming and manipulation from a mile away. Even though she was a bit weirded out, Jen invited him to get on a call, where apparently Jason talked about having broken up with Moon Cookie, that he was interested in someone else, and that he was really trying to convince Jen how much he hyperanalyzes women before dating them. The call eventually ended, of course, but Jen noted that Jason continued to contact her. He aggressively asked personal questions under the guise of being a concerned friend. At the time, Jen was broke after a failed frozen pizza business venture. She had racked up a lot of credit card debt, she was about to be evicted, and all the stress caused her health to take a downward spiral. Jason eagerly learned all of this and set his sights on another.
Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Chinese made another American reindustrialization meme. I love how they're just doing stupid random shit. Yeah. Jank gets destroyed on his own show, 1.5x speed.
Trump's Department of Homeland Security has announced.
Oh, I'm sure this is going to be stupid. Let's see. Let's just finish watching this first. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Another desperate woman he could coax into dating him. He kept pushing for Jen to be open to a relationship with him, which she kept turning down. She kept saying how emotionally wrecked she was, and how she wasn't in any position to date at all. Jason responded with this direct quote, "I do not want to pressure you into anything, but I do think you need someone to be supportive of you right now, and I want to be here for you." Jesus Christ, I can feel the creepiness through the screen. Anyway, after some more Indian call center persistence on Jason's part, Jen realized he was the only way she wouldn't end up homeless, so she accepted the cuck's help. By the way, and this is very telling, Jen stated that both her and Blaha's combined income made up half of the average American household income, which is roughly $80,000. So cut that in half, you get $40,000, and cut that in another half, and you get Blaha's yearly income, $20,000. Yikes. 48 years old, guys.
Dude. Why is this guy going into $45K in credit card debt if he only makes $20K a year? Like, Blaha's a retard. Only a retard would do that. Like, he actually had that court case where the judge said he's mentally retarded. He got arrested for illegal possession of a firearm and I think marijuana with intent to sell. And when he was in court, the judge said he's literally retarded. And here's a guy who only makes $20K per year and he gets in $45K worth of credit card debt. How in the fuck does he even have a credit card that has that kind of limit? Like on my card, it has a 15K limit. They actually allowed me to raise it to, I think, 30K. But I just chose not to. Like, just leave it at 15K. But, like, if he makes that little, who the fuck's giving him a credit card with that kind of limit?
Also, Jason was apparently constantly telling Jen how much of a born-again Christian he is, and how helping the less fortunate was just the kind of man he is. This is funny because as I'm reading the text messages, Jen does a very similar thing. She routinely talks about how charitable, intelligent, and misunderstood she is. Like, without being asked. She was desperate to convince Dwight how wonderful of a human being she is. She also said that she could walk into any room and have a number of men hit on her. What the fuck? How narcissistic is the Blaha verse? Very, very Bloach-like. Jen was very informative, however. It's obvious how much disdain she has towards Jason. She offered a lot of info without needing to be pushed. She said he has, quote, no internal moral compass. She said he's a narcissist. She said she has no reason to lie or exaggerate any of the things that happened between them because, quote, the truth about Jason is enough. It needs no embellishment. She claimed the supposed apology video he made in late 2018 only came as a result of her advising him to. She then went on to say the obvious, which is that it's entirely inauthentic and not genuine. Apparently, among Jason's legendary inner circle, he was constantly bragging about supporting Jen and making a spectacle out of it. This royally pissed her off and she made him stop doing it. She mentioned trying to make him a better person and how he resented it because, in his mind, any attention is positive attention, even if it's overtly negative. Jen said he hated being made less mentally ill. This is the kind of creature we're dealing with. This is the point in the conversation where Jen brings up Jason emotionally cheating on her with Ruby Cherie. As most of you know, Ruby is where this channel's name comes from. She's an entire mint saga in herself, which I'll save for a different day. All you need to know is that she was Facebook friends with Blaha for 10 years. And according to Jen, Ruby and Blaha were talking behind her back every single...
Whoa, I didn't know their relationship lasted 10 years. I thought this was a chick that he met, like, maybe over the course of a few months. Holy fuck. I guess that kind of explains why he was clearly so upset by that whole situation. Because this was a chick that he was trying to, like, manipulate for 10 fucking years and it fell through. Like, all that effort he put in trying to manipulate her and shit.
Single day. Ruby lives in Australia and has never met Jason. I'm sure you've noticed a pattern of Jason being incapable of getting female attention in person. He's just too repulsive, even for your local strip club basement hooker who has to be propped up with a stick because she's about to pass out. Jen claims that Jason mentioned Ruby to her all the way back in the fall of 2018. Jason called her masculine and gross, and that even though everyone expects him and my beautiful Ruby to date, he wouldn't go after her. Jason said he wanted a feminine woman, obviously trying to insinuate to Jen that he wanted to be in a relationship with her. Jason also said that Ruby has a muscular clit and that she was just a fan. Jen speculates that he ended up going for her rectangular Australian body because he thought she could be more easily manipulated. She also said that Ruby wanted to use Jason's grifted fake internet fame to her advantage, maybe not realizing just how hated he really was. And she probably needed it. Look at her abysmal YouTube views. Can't even break 10 views on her videos. My beautiful Ruby just couldn't keep up. Cuckle cuckle. On a funny side note, apparently Ruby was cucked into a contract with Jason's social media disentanglement guru grifter friend, Ariel Ziegler. Yeah, one of the chosen people. Jen says that Ruby was contractually...
How does Jason know all of these weird-ass fucking freaks? This person, she looks like a character out of a 1980s metal-themed horror movie.
Actually paying Ariel $1,000 a month in return for exploding her social media presence, even though she really couldn't afford it. Yeah, that clearly didn't pay off. I guess someone's got to fund my Ariel's third world escapades and desert rat orgies. Jen and Blaha broke up on May 23rd of 2022. His last text to her was, quote, I still want to let you know, well, that I am a man of honor, so I will pay your last month's rent. We'll make sure you're taken care of for the next month because I am a man of honor. No doubt Jason was trying to plant the seeds for a potential second relationship with Jen in case things fell apart with Ruby, which it quickly did. Jen then says how Jason bought her a strap-on dildo to ass fuck him with, which she aggressively had to decline in order for him to stop asking her for.
Yeah, that's all true. This guy paid $45,000 for this chick's rent in the hopes that she would peg him. You cannot get more cucked than that.
Apparently he bought more than one, along with a prostate stimulator toy. I guess it's like an electronic butt plug. I'm not looking it up. This is where all the pegging jokes Jason gets come from, in case you were wondering. This is a quote from Jen. He wanted me to get him to ejaculate via prostate/pegging shit. Jen also mentioned that Jason wanted her to force him to blow the dildo. Give him that Uncle Mike special. She then went on to humiliate Jason on his lack of attractiveness and sexual performance. She claims that Jason never saw her nude, never, which apparently he bitched and moaned about. She claims she only gave him oral sex and always spit out his cum, never swallowed, because she thought he was disgusting. She claims that she was terrified of getting pregnant with his child. I guess Jason was too ashamed to tell her he was...
That's... How, like, if women think that of you, how do you even, like, get hard? Just knowing your sexual partner finds you absolutely repulsive. I don't understand how this guy even, like, gets aroused.
He was infertile. She made it very clear, in her own words, he was never allowed to come in me. Jen continued by mentioning how Jason wanted to be submissive to her in the bedroom. Jen says that he would routinely call her queen and goddess, which she hated. He also wanted to eat his own cum out of her mouth, which she was disgusted by. His mangled, rotten teeth were also another point of revulsion for her.
Ew.
Jen made Blaha use straight white vinegar as mouthwash because his breath was so bad. Jen specifically said that Listerine was not powerful enough, and that he was missing roughly an eighth of his back teeth. She even went as far as to never take pictures with him because she was too embarrassed for anyone to know she was dating Jason Blaha. I can't blame her. Apparently he would walk and lounge around in her apartment completely naked, quote, all the fucking time, in full caps. She went on to detail what happened with Nova, Jason's dog that he killed. When Jason arrived in Illinois, he told Jen that Nova was sick prior to him leaving, and that he had a woman who'd occasionally check in on the dog. That woman, we later learned, is Jason's current roommate, Joni Sablatura, who is currently charged with murdering her boyfriend, Aaron Connor. Yes, you heard that right. Jason left a sick dog alone in his condo for a week straight, with a clearly unhinged lady who'd check in on it once in a great while. In fact, or should I say, in fact, Jen said that Joni actually texted him during his stay, saying that Nova wasn't doing so well, which he promptly ignored. Once Jason finally got back to his condo, he told Jen that Nova was lying in a pool of his own bloody diarrhea. Jen claims that Jason saw Nova as a burden, a constant reminder of some stupid responsibility his adulterous ex had left him with. I'd probably hate my life too, if every time I looked at my dog, I was reminded of the non-stop interracial gangbangs my meth-addicted tranny girlfriend was receiving in the next room. It must be difficult when you're trying to fuck your girlfriend, and it feels like you're just humping the air.
Yes and Blaha, more like yes and Blaha.
I don't know, this is like so pathetic and sad, it's not even funny. Who are his parents cousins? I don't know, I just don't understand how you can create something like Blaha and not be familially related. His parents have to be, like, actually related, like cousins or something. He's just such a... Yeah, it's just all recessive traits. Just nothing on him works properly. Like, fucked up teeth, retarded brain, like, bad genes, just all around.
And with all that said, Jason...
Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
...proceeded to throw Nova into a dumpster, body still warm. Truly a man of honor. Like the pathological...
Yeah, Blaha really should be thrown out in the trash.
...liar he is, Jason would blame Nova's death on a guy named Alex Rosen. When Alex was 18, he did an in-person prank interview with Jason and basically humiliated and scared the shit out of him. Even as a teenager, Alex both height and weight mogged Jason, and it was pretty clear how uncomfortable Jason was. Alex would later put up a bunch of flyers around Blaha's condo, flyers that warned Jason's neighbors of who they lived next to. Jason took Alex's visit as a convenient way to misdirect the blame he'd no doubt receive over Nova's completely preventable death. He claimed that Alex broke into his condo while he was off begging for peggings and poisoned Nova. This is obviously a lie, but if you want further proof, keep in mind that Jason told Jen that Nova was already sick prior to him leaving for Illinois. I guess this is as good a time as any to mention that Jason would visit Jen roughly 8 times a year during his deloads. We have all the flight logs, and he would always have to take 3 to 5 layovers just to get from Texas to Illinois because he was so broken in debt that he needed to save money any way he could. Jen then predicted Jason moving from Houston to Spring, Texas, which he eventually did. And then she mentioned Jason's alleged deathly fear of spiders. Apparently he nearly shit himself when he was visiting her place, and she was trying to catch a spider and put it outside. She then said that if you want to seriously freak him out, just send him a picture of a spider. I guess we'll all have to change our profile pics to spiders during the live streams. She also adamantly swears...
Wow.
Good air, he can hunt cockroaches for food.
I'd love to see that. Just Blaha living out on the street, just eating cockroaches. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dude, Blaha's so pathetic. He's even, like, terrified of spiders. Like, this guy's an actual bitch.
...that he's 5'6", which isn't surprising. Jason is clearly a short man, and far from his annoyingly constantly, painstakingly claimed height of 5'9". He gets mogged whenever he does go out in public, so nobody is shocked. Jen went on to explain Jason's complete lack of personal identity and how he just morphs into whatever his current girlfriend is like in order to impress them. Jason was a hippie, liberal, vegan, Greenpeace member when he was married to his second wife. He was a gun-touting Texas badass conservative with Moon Cookie, and he was a born-again Christian with Jen. She claims that he stole the "I sacrificed everything" line from her, as well as the born-again Christian grift. This is the end of the conversation. What is there to say? Emotional manipulation, peggings, vinegar mouthwash, Nova's untimely death. It never ends with this guy. Again, screenshots of this very lengthy conversation weren't posted in order to protect the integrity of the chat. Chat members can back me up on this in the comments. I hope this was informative, and I will talk to you guys next time.
That is fucking embarrassing, dude. I'm gonna subscribe to this channel.
But VG, aren't you afraid of spiders too?
No, I'm not afraid of spiders. I just think they're gross. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
A new task force that will monitor foreign students' social media for signs of anti-Semitism. This comes in the wake of high-profile detentions of students like Mahmoud Khalil and remain.
Leftism, donate $2, 12.30. Your brain on leftism.
Also desperately want to lose weight. I hate that I do, but it's the truth. There's a reason I film myself.
So you watched a clip from Dave Smith versus Douglas Murray about Israel. The first half hour is the best part, calls out Joe Rogan for sucking off Nazi sympathizers with no pushback. Was very lethargic. Also, when you talking to Connor again, he a good dude.
You mean the guy Connor from Destiny Stream? Hopefully soon. Joe Rogan is an actual retard. Like, again, this is the guy who admits he's an idiot and admits that he stupidly believed in moon landing conspiracies. So the reason why he's not able to give Nazi sympathizers any pushback on his podcast is because he will believe the last thing he's told. He has no critical thinking skills whatsoever. The best example of this is when the COVID outbreak happened, he had a vaccine expert on his podcast talking about, vaccines. And Joe Rogan said, oh yeah, vaccines are an amazing technology and, they're so important. Like what, a month or two later, he had that fraud jackass on his podcast who developed the initial mRNA vaccine technology to see if he could come up with some sort of cure for AIDS. He couldn't do it. He sold the rights to like Pfizer or something, and they picked up the rights. And then this jackass went on a crusade trying to make the mRNA vaccine look bad because, one, he kind of felt salty that some other people were able to develop the technology when he couldn't, and they got rich off of it when he didn't. And he was trying to create a competing vaccine. And this guy was, again, promoting COVID conspiracies, talking about how the vaccine is dangerous. And then Joe Rogan, like a flip of the switch, oh yeah, don't take the mRNA vaccine, oh it's dangerous, ivermectin, this and that. He just believes the last thing he's being told. He has no critical thinking skills. So, yeah, the guy's just stupid and he cannot think critically, like at all, period. So that's why he does that. It's not that he's like necessarily anti-Semitic inherently or racist. It's just that if somebody is able to say something that is like revisionist or what's the word, like crypto-fascist, and he's not able to pick up on the fact that they're promoting Nazism or something, he'll just believe it because he has no critical thinking skills. But yeah, Douglas Murray absolutely mogged the two of them. Douglas Murray's a sharp guy. And Dave Smith and Joe Rogan are just absolute fucking retards. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
From the shoulders up, because if I had to look at my body every day, I'd have a nervous breakdown. I feel a profound revulsion every time I look in a mirror, every single time. I have an understanding with my wife that whenever she takes a photo of me, to never, ever let me see it. I can't stand looking at myself. I can't face it. Oh yeah? Imagine how everyone else feels. Am I right, folks? I don't agree, but that was a really solid burn. A few years ago, I got a physical at the doctor's office, and
I have a really hard time believing that somebody could feel that way about the way they look and not do something about it. Like, if I felt that badly about the way I looked, I'd go on a diet. And I have. I've lost weight. So I don't believe him when he says this, because if somebody felt that uncomfortable about the way they look, it's hard to believe they wouldn't lose weight to resolve the problem, because they have just such a high amount of disgust and anxiety and just negative feelings around the way they look. Because, like, again, it's just a simple, cost-benefit analysis. Dieting sucks. Nobody likes to go on a diet, but the way I feel about myself and the way I look sucks more. So diet wins out, and you're going to diet and then feel better about the way you look. Because, like, the one is better than the other. So I think he is lying and acting like a fucking whiny drama queen. If you really felt that badly about the way you'd look, you'd just diet. This guy is just a whiny cunt.
I know my status in the world. I don't lie to myself to feel better. I just work to better myself. But Blaha's living in a never ever fuck land. I am a man of honor. So I will pay for your nicotine lozenge for today. I'm a man of honor. Just end it, Blaha.
I think Blaha may be too much of a narcissist to kill himself. I don't know if he's ever going to commit suicide, because he's just got a delusional sense of self-importance, so I don't know if he could ever bring himself to do it. I could see him going crazy or something and having some delusion where he, like, shoots at somebody and then the police shoot and kill him, but I don't think he's ever going to actually put a gun in his mouth and pull the trigger. Thanks for the donation, though. Nothing is real.
Oh really, you're not afraid of spiders, VG? Not even this one.
For some reason, I find large spiders less creepy than the smaller spiders. I don't know why. Oh, poor possum. Oh, that's a mean spider. Yeah, spiders are terrible. We gotta kill all the spiders. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So you did watch all of it? On stream? Just curious cause I think you'd love the first chunk of it. Also, thoughts?
You mean, You mean the Douglas Murray, Dave Smith thing? I didn't watch the full thing. I saw maybe 30 minutes of it off stream, and then I watched that clip on stream. There's no point in watching the whole thing, I feel, because, you know, I got the sense of what was going on. Like, Douglas Murray's base, Dave Smith is just a Nazi retard. Victory rape simulation game pulled. No Mercy is no longer available on Steam Store. Does anyone have a good argument for why a rape simulator is bad, but murder simulators are okay? Yeah. People are just stupid, okay? So these same people who want to get this rape simulator pulled from Steam, there is a huge overlap with people who are also against banning violent video games. So politicians have tried to ban or at least censor violent video games. They've tried to make like adult ratings for games like Grand Theft Auto and shit, so they can't be sold at retail stores. If you support the censorship or banning of a rape simulator, you are supporting the censorship or banning of Grand Theft Auto or Mortal Kombat or Gears of War or any other kind of game. So if we're going to acknowledge that video games do not cause real-life violence, they don't alter real-life behavior, then why are people freaking out about this? It's just stupid. Outrageously stupid. By the way, there are rape simulators on Steam. They're just not called Rape Simulator. Look up on the Steam store. We can do it now. Let me see. So there are a ton of hentai games on Steam that involve rape and bondage. And I mean, let me see. Sex Slave. A Sex Slave's Love Story. Sex Slave of the Bunker. Oh my god. Nejkomi Simulator. Gaping Amputee Sex. So there's literally games on Steam where you rape amputees. Carnal Instinct. Like, there's a lot of these hentai games on Steam, and some of them aren't hentai themed. They're just more like, you know, normal 3D American, like, art style, where you have sex slaves. So, rape. So, like, just look at this list. Slave. Like, just look up sex slave on Steam. A lot of fucking games where you commit rape. So these people are just retarded. This game, the only reason this game ended up getting banned is because dumbasses were just triggered by the title, No Mercy. For whatever reason, it just got a lot of public attention and outrage, and then Valve didn't want the smoke, so they just took it down, but there's a billion other games on Steam that are as bad, if not worse. So, yeah, stupid. These people are just stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
He told me that I don't have high cholesterol, but that I was close to having it. Just something to keep an eye on. And that was very concerning to me because I'm vegan. Really should not be possible for me to have high cholesterol.
It is very easy for people to have high cholesterol if they're vegan. If you eat high amounts of saturated fat, and or if you're overweight, very easy to have high cholesterol. There's also genetic risk factors, so regardless of your diet, so if you have familial hypercholesterolemia, you're going to have high cholesterol regardless of your diet.
The arguments under the tweet were really, really bad, by the way. Funny.
Let me take a look. It's harder to get away with murder. That makes sense. Our main rape deterrent is just convincing men not to do it. There are a lot more rapes, so the taboo is more important to enforce socially. The gameplay is a psychological fantasy. Still pictures and conversations a fact. Let's make the question interesting, though. What if it was a multiplayer game where the players choose their role? There isn't good argument, radical feminist ideology. It could be wrong, but haven't murder simulators also being pulled from Steam? Few pop up, but I can't remember the names of them. Buddy, the Hitman series is on Steam. Like, you can murder someone at long distance. Rape requires invading someone's personal space. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Dude, people are just dumb. There's weird sexual taboos in our society. For some reason, we just have a sex-negative culture. And a game that involves sex and or sexual themes, including rape, bondage, whatever, it just makes people feel uncomfortable, and they have no rational basis for feeling that way. But games where you torture and murder people, nobody cares. Like Mortal Kombat, you literally like have fatalities where you slowly rip people into pieces. That's fine, but rape, that's crossing the line. Again, there's just societal sexual taboos. And that's it. Just a lot of butthurt fucking babies who have a problem with free speech. That's it.
That's how bad I fucked up. I can't lower my red meat consumption any lower than none, so I got on a bit of a health kick, by which I mean I became unhealthily obsessed with my health. I weighed myself for the first time in years, and don't worry, I won't say the number, but it was the same weight as Homer Simpson. I was as fat as Homer Simpson, the platonic ideal of an absurdly fat guy. Oh, bud, no, come on, that's not true. Homer Simpson's like, really? I've actually lost and kept some weight off. You can tell if you go back and look at some of my old videos that my face isn't as round as it once was, though it's a bit hard to tell because there's a beard. Yeah, I'm sure they'll see that. I'm sure that's not something. This time, this was the result of good decisions instead of just self-harm. I hardly ever drink anymore. I try to eat mostly whole foods. I even took up it's kind of a sport. I don't count calories because that would send me into the abyss. So I just kind of improved the quality of my food instead of trying to change the quantity. Now I still eat garbage for...
There's a lot of people with just a weak victim mindset, dude. I mean, it's just not that deep. All you have to do is lower your calories and exercise. You don't even have to exercise, you just have to lower your calories. But ideally, you'd also exercise so that you can improve overall body composition and accelerate weight loss. But all of this cope, oh, I can't weigh myself because then I'd get obsessed, or oh, I can't count my calories because then, oh, I'd feel really bad about counting calories. Like, I don't know why you whine about being fat and looking a certain way if you're not actually going to commit to, like, weight loss. It's just stupid. Like, if you're going to do things that make you fat, you cannot complain about being fat. You did that to yourself. So this is just attention-seeking, childish baby behavior, just looking for validation.
He must have went on that sugar water diet. You know whose diet I'm talking about. Not the vegan gains oil and low-carb diet. That's for sure. Plenty of cycling, fruit, sugar and water. He'll get that slim tummy in no time by following Jasmine's new boyfriend.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Dodo donated $2. Wow, so you're not afraid of tarantulas, VG? Maybe you want to add one to your pet collection. Then they are really good, friendly pets. You don't even have to feed them mice or birds, just crickets. Yeah, I'm not getting a pet tarantula. I'm not feeding, spider crickets. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. I wouldn't mind... Like, I've never had an iguana before, but iguanas look kind of cool. An iguana would be neat. Or maybe some other kind of large lizard, like a monitor lizard. Cats are great. Can never have enough cats. I do like rats. What other, like maybe a parrot? But yeah, I'm not having spiders.
What the fuck is this retarded video? A faggot with a victim mentality. Rope maxing is the only option for these people.
Yeah, I agree. He's just looking for attention. All these people just want attention. They're just attention whores. What is the point of complaining about not liking the way you look and then going over how, I don't want to diet, I don't want to exercise. Like, you make your own choices. You can either eat whatever the fuck you want and get fat, or stick to some sort of diet and exercise routine and stay thin. They just don't want to do it. It's as simple as that. It's not that deep. Weight loss is very simple and straightforward. Anybody with like a 60 plus IQ can understand it. And they just don't want to do it, plain and simple. So... like, shut the fuck up about it. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Yeah, you're banned. I don't want to hear your fucking bullshit about wanting to debate on Discord. Go fuck yourself, dude.
Mesa Ozturk, who deny the government's allegations that they engage in anti-Semitic activities. Lots of detail, but Cenk, initial reactions.
Yeah, so I think this is an absolutely atrocious program. I think it totally takes away our constitutional rights. And I think that it's at the behest of a foreign government. Israel has nothing to do with us. And I think it proves pretty clearly who's in charge of this government. You and I might have some disagreements about that. I'm curious about that because I don't know your position. But first, let's find.
What do you think of Brian Johnson blueprint supplements? Are they worth taking for longevity?
There are no supplements that Brian Johnson sells that are going to make you live longer. It's possible that, say, a protein powder or a multivitamin he sells is of better quality than competing brands. But the idea that his supplements or supplement routine is going to make you live longer, that is just bullshit. So if you want a multivitamin or a protein powder and you think his brand is better quality, then that makes logical sense. But do not take any of his supplements thinking that you're going to live longer as a result. It's just not going to happen. Your genes are going to be the biggest factor for how long you're going to live. And then outside of your genes, good sleep, minimizing stress, good diet and exercise. That's all you can do to modulate longevity. There's no supplement you're going to take that's going to make you actually live longer. At least right now. There might be some drugs or something in the future that could actually increase your lifespan, but right now there's no drug or supplement that's going to make you live longer. Thanks for the donation though, Alan.
You ever been laying in bed masturbating and as soon as you about to bust you raise your head so you don't bust on yourself and then see a fucking spider dangling from a single web at top of my dick? I freaked and let her rip and spider went down cum spout.
No, I've never had that happen before. Thanks for the donation, Splunker man. Justin St. Bernard donate tillers. What the fuck was wrong with Streamlabs, bro? Glad it's back. It just inexplicably stopped working. I contacted their support staff and they said they fixed it, so. Couldn't tell you what was wrong, but it's working right now. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
Find out the facts and then we'll discuss.
Yep, as a teaser to that, I couldn't disagree with that statement you just made anymore, but we'll get into it. In a press release on Wednesday, the government said today U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, the U.S. CIS, will begin considering aliens' anti-Semitic activity on social media and the physical harassment of Jewish individuals as grounds for denying immigration benefit requests. This will immediately affect aliens applying for lawful permanent resident status, foreign students, and aliens affiliated with educational institutions linked to anti-Semitic activity. DHS.
So, first of all, this sounds like absolute horseshit because this is something they do anyway. Anytime you're applying for citizenship, they'll look at your social media profile. So, if they find obvious things in your social media where, I don't know, you say you pledge allegiance to Hitler or something, they're going to deny your immigration request. I think that happened fairly recently in Canada. It was either Canada or the US. There was some woman applying for immigration status, and I think she was a nurse. And she actually posted something about a known Islamic jihadist terrorist giving her support, and they denied her immigration request. This happens all the time. So this is probably just something that's put out to scare people, but it's something they likely were already doing.
Another one and another one today and yesterday.
Let me see. Plane just crashed in Boca Raton, Florida. Yeah, this is not normal. Why are there so many plane crashes all of a sudden? What the fuck? Oh yeah, and I heard about this one. Yeah, the helicopter crashed in the river. This is a startling amount of plane crashes in a very short time frame. Thanks for the donation, retard.
DHS will enforce all relevant immigration laws to the maximum degree to protect the homeland from extremists and terrorist aliens, including those who support anti-Semitic terrorism, violent anti-Semitic ideologies, and anti-Semitic terrorist organizations such as Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, or Ansar Allah, aka the Houthis. According to NBC, the task force is using data analytic tools to scour the social media histories of the estimated 1.5 million foreign students studying in the United States for potential grounds to revoke their visas. 3 sources familiar with the operation told NBC News. They said records are also being searched for charges or criminal convictions of the student visa holders. How will it be carried out? The DHS task force is using tools run by Customs and Border Protection's National Targeting Center and National Vetting Center. Any potential red flags about a student are shared with Citizenship and Immigration Services, which in turn ask the State Department to determine whether the student's visa should be revoked. If the State Department decides it should be revoked, the task force informs immigration and customs enforcement agents in local field offices to arrest and deport the student, the sources said. The State Department actually issued similar guidance back in March. A cable sent to consulates around the world called for a review of foreign students and student exchange visitors' social media. It read, quote, if the social media review uncovers potentially derogatory information indicating that the applicant may not be eligible for a visa, fraud prevention units are required to take screenshots of social media findings to the extent it is relevant to visa eligibility to preserve the record against the applicant's later alteration of the information. The cable also encouraged revocations based on perceived hostile attitude toward U.S. culture or values. The announcement of the DHS task force has drawn backlash from groups including the Council on American Islamic Relations, a Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization, arguing, quote, the spirit of Joseph McCarthy is alive and well in the Trump administration, which has spent months dishonestly characterizing legitimate criticism of the Israeli government's war crimes in Gaza as anti-Semitic, pursuing witch hunts into American colleges, and threatening the free speech rights of immigrants. That's the National Deputy Director of CARE, and the Jewish Community Relations Council in San Francisco also responded to the announcement, saying that while it, quote, vehemently disagrees with the rhetoric and tactics, close quote, used by many pro-Palestinian protesters, the agency also simultaneously believes immigrants in this country deserve humane treatment and are entitled to civil liberties such as free speech and due process under the Constitution. The DHS's increased crackdown on visa holders started well before this announcement. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said last month that the State Department revoked more than 300 visas, with most of those being student visas. Though to be clear, not all of those revocations were related to alleged anti-Semitic activity. According to university officials, some of the cancellations appear to be connected to things as minor as roommate disputes or off-campus traffic tickets. Jen, before I throw it back to you to clarify why I said I disagree, I don't even understand what your statement was, because I know you're pretty hostile toward the Israeli government, and to some degree that's appropriate, but this doesn't say anything about Israel. This talks about anti-Semitism, violent displays of that, aggression towards Jewish students, and that's Jewish students in America that may or may not have anything to do with or even support Israel. You can shake your head, but
no, when it's nothing but, look, so Ben, let's get into it.
Anti-Semitism, that's not anything to do with Israel.
Okay, so let's take it one by one. So I'm going to disprove that in a second, but first, let's just give it to them for the sake of argument and say that it's genuinely not about Israel and they're really concerned about anti-Semitism. So one question at a time on it, Ben. So why are we only concerned about anti-Semitism? Why aren't we scouring social media posts to find out if people hate America or Christianity or Islam? I mean, certainly there's millions of comments that are Islamophobic, and certainly on college campuses there's got to be thousands upon thousands. So why only anti-Semitism?
They should be doing it for any hate speech entirely, because being here is a privilege and not a right if you're not an American citizen. But there is an unbelievable rise in anti-Semitism, so it's appropriate to focus on that. There can be some times when we focus on the rising problem, we can sometimes, as a nation collectively, protect Jewish people who are under attack.
So don't you think that there's an incredible rise of Islamophobia as well?
I don't see that on par at all.
No. So particularly on college campuses, how in the fuck could there be a rise in Islamophobia? You have college students wearing keffiyehs, supporting Hamas, and they're even doing Muslim prayers. Wait, let me see. Where's the fucking video? There was literally a video. It was one of those really, really liberal lefty colleges. They were all doing Muslim prayers. But how in the fuck can Jank say there's a rise in Islamophobia on college campuses when they're all supporting an Islamic jihadist terrorist organization? Like, this is so fucking stupid.
You don't. Wow. Okay, that's interesting.
No,
okay.
I don't.
Number two,
no, I don't.
you know
I don't
that
see
being
massive protests on our campuses against the Islamic community or against the Muslim community.
No, the counter-protesters. The counter-protesters say the most vicious anti-Muslim rhetoric. There's no consequences at all. Apparently, that's perfectly okay. So number two, you know that saying things that are anti-Semitic are perfectly constitutional, and you know that that Constitution applies to non-citizens. So how is this in any way constitutional?
The Constitution may apply, but not all constitutional protections for citizens apply to non-citizens. Quite obviously, also, being here is a privilege. You don't get to have a student visa if you chant death to America and you advocate for the end of America. And then you said, why not the U.S.? This policy also does attack or target people that are anti-American as well.
They mention it once in passing. The whole thing's about anti-Semitism. Theoretically,
but the bill is about the physical. But the bill is about the physical harassment of Jewish individuals and people supporting terrorist activities and terrorist organizations.
You know, the two people
100%.
The two people they've rounded up so far were. One of them spoke out against anti-Semitism. They have no evidence of anti-Semitism. They've already got 300 people on a list. They have no evidence of supporting Hamas or terrorism. All they have is, well, they criticize Israel. They were pro-Palestine. Do you really, really think that out of the 1.5 million people, they're actually looking for people who did violence? Because if they did violence, they should be arrested. That's not a question. Everybody agrees with that. No, they're looking for criticism of Israel. It's super obvious. And it's unconstitutional. Even if they said death to America, which I hate, I don't want people saying that. It's still protected by the First Amendment. And if you're in America, you are protected by the First Amendment, no matter what your citizenship status is.
I'm sorry, Jenk is saying he wants people to immigrate to America who openly say death to America? That shouldn't be grounds for refusal of immigration? The Young Turks is not a news organization. They're literally left-wing Fox News.
So now we're going to trash it on behalf of a foreign government. This is absurd.
No, I think that's fully ridiculous what you're saying there. I 100% agree with you that you should not be having your status revoked or deported if you are simply supporting a free Palestine. I support a free Palestine. We need this in the world deeply. I support the rights to protest for the Palestinian people, for an end to the war, protest against the Israeli government. All of that is wonderful and very American behavior. I do not think that you should be able to stay in this country or have your application to come here approved if you are chanting death to America, or if you're chanting for the end of the Jewish state, or if you're supporting Hamas.
Okay.
And
so
I
you're
grant you
saying
100%.
Jank literally wants immigrants coming into the country who want death to America. What a hill to die on. Why is he saying this?
Yeah, so you're saying, you just said it. If you're talking about the Jewish state in Israel, you shouldn't be allowed in this country. That's insane. How about if they chanted death to Erdogan or Turkey, or they say that the Turkish government shouldn't exist, it should be Armenia, Greece, etc. Should we block them? Turkey is a super important ally. Should we block them from coming into the country?
What I'm saying to you is the call for Israel to not exist is different than speaking against Erdogan's government. You can speak, I already said it twice, against the Israeli government all that you want, but calling for the destruction or eradication of the Israel state is calling for the annihilation of the Jewish people,
how about
the global population.
So
that's different. I would support the same exact statement against Muslims.
No, you wouldn't, because so here's a situation. Literally every Israeli supporter in their actions say that Palestine shouldn't exist. So should we throw them all out? Any Israeli or any Israeli supporter that says Palestine shouldn't exist, and there shouldn't be two states, we throw the bums out?
You said every Israeli supporter says Palestine shouldn't exist. That's a blatant lie. That's
no, that's I said in your actions. In your actions. Are you?
How so?
Because you say that the occupation should continue. Why shouldn't they be an independent state right now?
Have never in a million years said the occupation should continue. I've said a million times that the Palestinian people need a government that accepts a peace plan, including any commitment that they've been offered.
If, but right now they shouldn't exist. But if they pass all of your absurd tests, maybe they could exist at a much later time. But you get to stay. Everybody gets to stay that believes that. Everybody who says that Muslims should be wiped out and they're all Nazis, etc. Everybody gets to stay unless you criticize one particular set of people. Ben, how do you not see that this is going to drive more anti-Semitism rather than less?
Absurd tests to you literally are simply they stopped promising to kill all of the Jewish people in Israel. Therefore, more than half of the global population
that is not the test
of Jews
at all.
can live in peace.
Absurd. And how about this? How about all the Israeli supporters that don't mind 50,000 people that are murdered in Gaza? Well, that's wiping out people. That's literally, and that didn't actually happen.
Yeah, you realize most of those people are Hamas members, dumbass? Just fuck Jank. This is stupid. This video is stupid too.
I don't know why, but all of this down here, it's like living in the ruins of a post-apocalyptic city, like something in Fallout. Obviously a Polish shop, but again, the bars in particular, these were all really nice bars too. You know, they were really, really nice, like well-to-do bars, and they're heaving. They used to be heaving, and then the crap one at the end there was Remix. That building was up for sale recently for 300k. Don't think anyone bought it. I think it's still up for sale. But yeah, all of this, like this takeaway, we'd all go to at the end of the night if you had like a tenner left in your pocket to get a burger. They're all right, but like, you know, it was exactly as good as you'd expect them to be. But again, like these massive buildings that used to be huge nightclubs that used to be completely populated, just totally dilapidated. So this place is a ghost town now. Obviously no one comes here. That used to be a Wilco's, you know, massive, for anyone who doesn't know, massive home store. Gone. Everything's gone. So this was the party area of Swindon. And I spent many a night down here being drunk with my mates and having a good time. You're going to really enjoy this. So, I mean, as you can see, just walking down here,
we sell collectibles, and during COVID and lockdown, the one thing that thrived was collectibles. People kind of were bored at home, so we were able to just rummage through a storeroom and pay our rent off of a couple of bits that we found that were worth a fortune all of a sudden. So we were able to survive that. A lot of people weren't.
A silly TikTok trend occurred of women making little hype videos about themselves. This trend began with a video of some women doing a little song and dance about what they were wearing on a night out.
Boots and slick back bun, boots and slick back bun, cowboy boots in the blowy, cowboy boots in the blowy, Sam with a little red bag, Sam with a little red bag. All pretty frivolous and harmless stuff, and many other groups of young women jumped in on the trend, and nobody cared about this until the young women at a small Australian startup called TBH Skincare decided to jump on the trend as well to promote their product, and somehow they managed to create a video that drove everyone mad with rage. Here it is. Gen Z boss in a mini, Gen Z boss in a mini, EVTs in a ball, EVTs in a ball, 5'3" in an attitude, 5'3" in an attitude, secret product in the trench, secret product in the trench, new friend green and a sneaky link, new friend green and a sneaky link, fake 10 hands in a hoop, fake 10 hands in a hoop. It seems that this video went insanely viral, primarily because of the emotional damage it seems to have done to everyone everywhere. The sheer volume and intensity of the response to this video was remarkable, and every time it pops up on my timeline, I find myself watching it repeatedly to try and figure out just what about it makes it so detestable. For I too am only human, and I also found this to be completely insufferable. But it seems to be quite difficult to pin down exactly why everyone hates it so much. On the surface, it seems quite unreasonable to have such a strong reaction to a TikTok trend video made by a small women's skincare company, which was just doing its own thing, marketing products for women to women using a trend made by and for women. Clearly though, this struck a note which resonated more deeply than this superficial analysis would indicate. On the surface, it's easy to say that the trend itself was insufferable because it was so self-absorbed. Women getting around and hyping themselves is actually not an admirable thing to do, and it reveals a kind of perennial insecurity in the modern woman which itself is not respectable. It makes them look like overgrown teenagers who don't know how to comport themselves in an adult environment. But this is a new startup run by young women, and they have created an office environment with which they are comfortable and can have fun in a particularly feminine way, which clearly shows in the video. So it really ought not to have been such a big deal. It's one thing having a bunch of silly girls being self-obsessed in isolation, but there's a wider social context in which this was produced, and one that has been generating a great deal of resentment. I don't think it's unfair to say that modern feminism has deeply impacted corporate culture, not only in deliberate affirmative action programs for women, but also in an unconscious bias in favour of women, which makes it evident that men are being actively discriminated against in the workplace. This is not a new phenomenon. Take, for example, one data analysis done in 2016 by recruitment firm MoveMeOn.com. After analysing 20,000 applications, they found that women were 35% more likely to be hired for a job than a man. As one might expect, this is having a severe detrimental effect on the motivation of young men. Bloomberg News analysed US government data which revealed that a fifth of young educated men were not employed and not looking for work. As one young man put it, "It feels kind of delusional now, but I was thinking I could get a $100,000 a year job. but after applying to about 500 jobs, he became discouraged. When I was at the point where I didn't even have one interview for anything, I was like, oh my god, I feel like a failure right now. It definitely messed with my mental health. There is a particular difference in the way that modern society is calibrated to help one of the sexes and marginalize the other. If there is a plague of young men staring at the 500th rejected job application and feeling at their wit's end and not knowing what to do, and then there's a video of 5 frivolous women apparently wasting time in an office instead of actually working, well, that might well feel like a slap in the face. What I'm saying is that a fair left-wing analysis of this situation might conclude that young women have a privilege that the men don't have, and the fact that they can be so cavalier with their time and output seems to show it. Indeed, the women in the TBH skincare video put out a sequel video mocking the comments that they received online, and it seemed to underscore this point in particular. The insults or despair shown regarding their video had made no impact on them, and they just laughed at it because, from their perspective, their careers and social status are unassailable.
Gender pay gap, bring it back! Gender pay gap, bring it back! It's giving millennial core! It's giving millennial core!
Ugh. No, I've not had Chipotle. Not ever eaten there.
Women to go back to the kitchen! Women to go back to the kitchen! Try not to cringe impossible! Try not to cringe impossible! Make it stop, hate this! Make it stop, hate this!
They know they aren't going anywhere. So why not just laugh at the losers on the internet, who are still firing off CVs as if they've got a hope in hell of ever being recruited by someone? The few people who attempted to defend the TBH skincare video would say things like, oh, it's just girls having fun, lighten up, as if this were to just evaporate the concerns that people have about this, but instead it opens up a new can of worms. As I said previously, it's not evident that these women were selling trivial skincare products, and this attitude probably isn't the best one to foster for women in a professional environment, especially when it comes to women doing jobs which are actually important. You may remember in February this year that a Delta/Endeavour airplane crashed on landing in Toronto. It seems that the plane did not suffer a mechanical fault, but instead it was a pilot error from the first officer that caused it to flip over before coming to rest, and it was a miracle that nobody was killed. Though Endeavour Air have not yet made any official announcements about who the first officer was, rumours quickly began to circulate and internet sleuths began to dig, and they came to the conclusion that the first officer was 26-year-old Kendall Swanson, who apparently scrubbed her social media shortly after the accident. And it seems that Endeavour Air operate a feminist affirmative action program for their pilots, which means that now more than half of their pilots are women.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay. So they hired incompetent morons just because they were women. That's amazing.
If you had 2 separate worlds, an all-male world versus all-female worlds, which would you say would be more peaceful? Feminists often like to claim men are responsible for all wars, but I'd argue if women had the same level of physical strength, they'd be worse.
Depends on what you mean by peaceful. I think with an all-male world, you would likely see less violence in general, but when violence does occur, it's going to be far more severe. But with an all-female world, I think you'd have a lot more women getting into little bitchy, like, cat fights or slapping each other or hitting each other or something and not getting along as much. And just a lot of whining and complaining. So it kind of depends on what you'd prefer. Like, an all-male society is probably going to be more productive. I'd say in general, people are going to get along more. But when there are problems, you'd see much more severe violence. Whereas you'd probably see a much more, like, daily, consistent stream of whining, annoying horse shit, and little bitchy cat fights where girls break their fingernails or something. So, depends on what you'd prefer. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. H3 downfall donate till I was imagine being this fragile. Do you agree with Ethan that his hand was forced to sue a literal minimum wage worker who posted a mean clip about him? New Ethan Klein post. Let me introduce you to this dipshit. He posted a clip to Snark that we DMCA'd. That shouldn't have been it, but he then fired a fraudulent counter notification to bring the video back up, thereby forcing our hand to enforce our IP. Got his email address from the form, and subsequently, with very little work, his real ID. I'll be suing him, but he needs to get in line. He's very low priority. But we have 3 years to sue, plenty of time. By the way, dude, 8 years in university. Please, bro, get a job as someone studying. Ethan is so stupid. This person has 32 followers on Twitter. Why is he even posting about some random nobody? Like, Ethan, I think he just needs to retire. Like, doesn't he have enough money to retire at this point? Isn't he a millionaire? He should really just retire and just live off of savings and investments. He's not the type of person who can have this kind of online presence. Like, when he was making his H3H3 videos where he was just making, like, you know, stupid funny content, he didn't really have to deal with much criticism and pushback and, you know, hate. But now that he's kind of doing this podcast thing, covering political topics and stuff, he just doesn't have the right mind for it. But yeah, that's just really, really stupid and petty, and he's just making himself look bad. I'm just gonna go take a piss and get a drink. I'll be right back. Oh. Tom donated $2. Do you think he highlighted paragraph? The highlighted paragraph in Irrational Wiki page is accurate. January 2025, Burgess announced that he was divorcing his wife, Jasmine, who he married in 2016. Stated that irreconcilable differences between the two emerged in 2024 following the marital difficulties, began regularly making misogynistic comments in his live stream. What I'm saying isn't misogynistic, it's true. Women are just, subhuman, and they need to just be, slaves who, just make our sandwiches. Thanks for the donation, Tom. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
I think the nation will be furious.
He says even I could be a target.
I'm not sure yet if you are or are not on the deep state target list, because I haven't consumed all of the information that you've put forth to determine what your status should be.
But we've been hanging out
as we ruin you.
As you what?
Just like you ruined us. An eye for an eye. Look up Leviticus as a Christian man.
We have a problem with Jewish supremacy. We have a problem with a Jewish occupation in our government.
Technology has transformed extremism in America.
It's your body, my choice.
A fire hose of hate is served to millions of us every day.
They are reviewing a purported manifesto.
Mass shooters publish manifestos online.
An absolute racist hate crime.
This is God's country!
Election deniers stream live as they attack the US Capitol.
We are the revolution!
The fringe is going mainstream.
And Trump is here to take down those satanic cabals, pedophiles. You know this already.
With the cute military army. Save the children!
Some believe we are on the brink of a totalitarian state.
Who actually runs the government?
Some believe our government is totally controlled by corporations or a cabal. And some see themselves as crusaders in a fight for good versus evil.
Let's be the American people spreading the word of God.
So I've set out on a journey across the country to meet the Americans waging this battle.
Yeah, these people are all just insane. There's too many retards. We're literally living in an idiocracy where dumb people have just bred too much. So we just need eugenics to solve this issue. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
If you don't want to be lean like me, just go on the vegan gains diet, mate. The vegan gains diet is high oil, high fat, low carb. Or you can have a nice lean flat belly like Natasha here. She's on the sugar, water and fruit 80-10-10 diet, mate.
Yeah, I'm sure. Thanks for the donation.
The person Ethan suing their posts snark clips in a rabid pro-Palestine subreddit that specifically doxes him and his workers. He'd made a clip and they counter-claimed. Fuck em dude, if I had money I'd bleed pro-polydry too. A bunch of entitled faggots.
Oh, okay, that changes the whole context. Yeah, I think Ethan's reasonable to do that then. Thanks for the donation, retard. Sadie N-word donated $2.
A minute. I hate fucking nigger.
Okay.
Excuse me, fellas. I was driving my truck up the road and I ran out of gas, so I don't wonder. Gonna be here for a while?
Du, eine Arbeit für richtig Geld.
Okay. Alright, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Is this all correct? I have no idea. But after taking a brief look at Endeavour Air's TikTok account, I could bloody well believe it.
Girls, come on. Leave the saving of the world to the men? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Even if this information does turn out to be incorrect, the reason that people are convinced that this is an example of a prime woman moment is because there is a feeling that women have a way of avoiding accountability that men don't. And this is also encapsulated in the defences of the TBH skincare video. Has anyone been fired from Endeavour Air after the crash? How is it that someone can flip a plane and not lose their pilot's license? Is nobody going to be held accountable for the 80-odd hospitalizations and millions of dollars lost? Saying, oops, I'm just a silly girl, shouldn't be enough to cut it when people's lives are on the line, but it isn't just in such severe circumstances where it becomes unacceptable. There is a certain way of doing things that men have to rightly endure, which women, frankly, don't. And this is a part of the privilege of being a woman in an office environment, which is rankling people so much. There's probably a technical term for this, of which I'm not aware, but it's evident that nobody pulls their punches with men like they do with women. For a man to succeed is hard, because other men do not give them the benefit of the doubt. There is no solidarity for men. As a man, you get no special consideration, no soft touch, and no compassion if the answer is no. If you, as a man, are found to be insufficient, then you just have to get back to work on yourself and do whatever you're trying to do better than you had been doing it before. There is no male equivalent of the feminist movement to whine to a sympathetic society on your behalf and stack the deck in your favour. You have to improve, and if you don't improve, you don't get what you want. For many women, they don't go through this trial by fire, at least to the extent.
Just compare my girlfriends with vegan Gaines's wife-husband thing. His wife, obese, lethargic, miserable, no hobbies. Look at any of my past girlfriends.
Than men do, and this makes them less experienced and less accomplished than the men who would ostensibly be their professional peers. If you aren't fighting tooth and nail to get promoted and are instead shunted up the career ladder because of a privilege you received by just being a woman, then you don't know what you don't know. And when the position you've arrived in calls for expert experience par excellence, you will find yourself realizing that you're actually a fraud and you don't really know what you're doing. The male privilege that feminists lamented for so long was actually the product of survival of the fittest in the male-dominated urban jungle, which made men hyper-competitive, and many women, especially younger women, have just skipped this part of the journey to arrive at the destination, and they wonder why flaunting this privilege...
Look at it this way. Women suck at chess. They are worse at poker. Men are the best boggle champions. Scrabble, again. Women can't compete in Scrabble. When you look at sports that require zero physicality, men still absolutely fucking dominate. Any competitive environment, men are going to win. And there's a very simple reason for that. Women don't want to win as badly as men do. Men just want things more. They're just inherently more competitive. And women do not take shit as seriously. They don't care as much. They don't care about making the most amount of money, beating their colleagues. They don't care about getting ahead like that. So any kind of professional position, men are going to be, by and large, better at. So yeah, when you have women in a particular career field, on average, like, male doctors are going to be better than female doctors. Male pilots are going to be better than female pilots. Any kind of competitive environment, men are just going to be better at. So, yeah, if you have these sorts of workplace cultures where women are just kind of allowed in because diversity, you're just going to have, like, yeah, people that aren't good at their job and flip airplanes.
Has wound so many people up. I'm not saying that no women have worked hard or anything to that effect, but there is a general trend of this, and I'm convinced that this is at least partially behind the reaction to the TBH skincare video. There is another aspect to the irritation towards women's frivolity in the workplace, and that's that it appears to be self-centered and ignorant. As with the many TikTok videos of nurses prattling around in hospital wards during the COVID pandemic, it seems that women engaged in these videos just aren't aware that other people are relying upon them, and they have a duty to others they ought to be fulfilling instead of making videos. The entire reason for making a dancing TikTok video is to bask in the glow of approval from strangers to inflate your ego. When you make a silly TikTok video in your work environment, you reveal
Dude, there was some nurse that had a, I think it was an OnlyFans or some, like, porn page. On her breaks, she would stuff her ass with these gigantic fucking dildos. She'd go into the, like, employee bathroom on her break, stuff her ass with these gigantic dildos, and apparently she'd keep like this huge ass butt plug up her ass her entire work shift. And I think she got caught. I'm not sure if she actually got fired. So I don't I don't know what to think about that, but yeah. I've noticed there's a lot more women doing this, like, stupid nonsense at their workplace compared to men.
It's everyone that your desire for attention supersedes your diligence. You seem, again, like a selfish teenager who is more interested in making themselves feel good than doing the job for people you're meant to serve. Moreover, the childishness of the videos themselves has a delegitimizing effect on the offices of the people who make them. It reveals that there is no nobility of character on the part of the women doing the dances. If you don't take yourself seriously in a position of authority, why should anyone else? Why shouldn't those people who do take their work seriously and sincerely, and who are concerned with the dignity of their careers, not look upon you with contempt? I think this is the social and professional context in which the TBH skincare video hit the internet, and a major reason why people reacted very poorly to it. This kind of silly, girlish behaviour rankles that part of the male mind which considers it important to do things for other people and not just yourself. And really, this is the entire problem with the girl boss trend. When men do things,
Dodo Donatilers, remember when Trump started his term, you were saying it looks like Trump won't actually be that bad for Ukraine. What a joke, VG. Well, you know, I was hoping. Reuters reports that after a meeting with Russian envoy Dmitriev, Trump's envoy Witkoff told Trump that the fastest way to broker a ceasefire would be to give Russia 4 regions: Kherson, Zaporizhia, Luhansk, and Donetsk. Ukraine still holds... Oh my god. Ugh. Yeah, yeah, Trump is a Russian spy. He's Kreznov. I think that story is legit. Democrats shut the entire world down for 2 years over a cold, but they can't handle a few days of tariffs. Donald Trump was the president when COVID lockdowns commenced. This didn't even happen very long ago, by the way. Like, they were there when it happened. Only a few years ago. Americans are just too stupid for democracy. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You know the feeling when you have someone trying to destroy one of their sources of income. That's some nonsense I'm dealing with right now. Without getting into details, a handful of retards are trying to destroy one of my sources of income. You know how annoying THT is.
Yeah. It's really too bad you can't just, like, you know, cripple these people, just break their hands and feet and make it so that they can't move or do anything. it's very annoying how there's restraints put on you. It is absolute bullshit, and I know how frustrating that is. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
They do them for the thing itself, and not for the social status that the thing brings with it. In fact, in many cases, it's not evident that there is any social status to be.
How does Sargon have a British accent but still sound retarded? Sounds like a low-class Brit, if that makes sense. He debated Richard Spencer 7 years ago and was crushed cause he couldn't understand that rights aren't naturally granted, they are enforced.
If you lose a debate to Richard Spencer, you are a certified tard. He also tried to be a member of that political party, and he single-handedly destroyed it. Sargon of Akkad is a real fucktard, like a real dum-dum. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
We gain from such a thing. But the girl boss is attempting to attain something someone else established, not for the sake.
Did I skip ahead like crazy? No. My bad, Sadie. Let me see. I'll get to that in a second.
Karate. I love money. I hate niggers.
Knew it was coming.
Now that I got your attention, let me tell you something. You know what really grinds my gears? Niggers.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word. Kid Boo donators, have you reacted to this yet? In summary, Andrew Wilson makes valid arguments and women didn't respond, just attacked him personally.
You're just a shock jock, mate. Psychic.
Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, 8 hours ago. I don't think we'll have time to react to that tonight. We might end up watching it, but if not, we can watch that tomorrow. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Of the thing or for doing it well, but for the status it provides. The fundamental motivation of the girl boss is selfishness and solipsism. It doesn't matter if the person doing the job isn't good. It doesn't matter if someone else doing it would be better or has more valid claim to it. It's just about satisfying the vanity of the girl boss, no matter what damage she does to the people around her. Finally, there is a phenomenon which my friend Dave Green calls the female group chat brain. This is where groups made up exclusively of women have a tendency to attempt not to resolve problems by facing the issues frankly, but instead attempt to ameliorate or dismiss them entirely by telling each other pleasant fictions to protect the feelings of the women with the problem, and to elevate the woman's status by allowing her to claim to be a victim.
This is not...
Women create horrible fucking cultures that are anti-competitive and just promote mediocrity. So women aren't competitive, right? Like, if you have a group of dudes and one dude has some sort of problem, could be anything, it could go a number of ways. The one dude might be made fun of, like, oh, you're a loser, you're a bitch, beta male, man up, you're being stupid. It could go another way where you have, like, maybe some sort of positive reinforcement, like, oh, bro, you could do better, I could help you with this so you can, you know, do more or make more or be better. Like, there's a mindset within male groups that promote competition, whereas with female groups, if some woman is being a useless idiot and failing, they just try to validate what the person's doing, and they avoid having like some sort of competitive behavior where it's like, oh no, you're doing fine. Oh, you're great. Oh, don't let anybody talk down to you. You're so awesome. Like, it's just what women do. And, yeah, it's just cancerous if you ever want people to get better and improve. It just promotes mediocrity and stupidity. But again, like, women think in a egalitarian mindset. They don't want competition. They want everyone to kind of be on the same ground, treated the same. They don't want anybody who's better to succeed and anybody who's worse to fail. They just want everything level. And they're just there to kind of chill and have fun and do nothing. It's just an evolutionary thing. Women have never had to compete. They've never had to, you know, be better than anybody else and fight and be competitive. So it's just the way they think. But yeah, it doesn't work in an environment that's inherently competitive and thrives off of competition. They just end up being shit at everything. Dodo donated $2. There only used to be cartoons and movies about the stuff, and now it's a reality. Can you believe it, Richard? Did you expect we'd have this kind of technology? This is giving me ideas. You could remove your hand, have your hand crawl towards somebody, and then you could choke him to death. Like wirelessly from, you know, like 20 or 30 feet away. You could also like finger your wife while you're at work. You could leave like one of your hands at home. Then if your wife or girlfriend or something's horny, you can just like finger with your hand wirelessly. You could do a lot with that. I hate this music. Yeah, it's neat. ChatGPT would have been unthinkable 20 years ago, yeah. Things are changing. Did you ever come on your poop? No, I've never come on my poop. I've peed on my poop, but I've never come on my poop.
Richard. It is I, the one who runs. I have been seeing many things and worrying. I think Frank is onto something. I know we make fun of Frank, but there are powers who are pulling the strings of the world.
Yup, the US just received our last.
I'm not watching that guy. He just annoys me. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner. Sadie N-word donated $2. Okay, like, I've already seen that one. You've sent that to me before. How did that guy not flinch? Well, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
A problem with women, it's a problem with the social network comprised entirely of women, because the social network incentivizes certain
Hassan debates Iranian Uber driver skip to 1345.
Oh, yeah. Well, we were gonna watch that, but we got sidetracked. I'll watch that next. This is only a few more minutes. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Sentiments. And it doesn't have to necessarily be online. For instance,
Yeah, I like
have a picture
avocados
here behind me. There was this there was a celebration. There was sort of a celebration parallax moment that struck the right wing in 2024, and it was concerning these girls in an office building, and they were like doing this kind of like playground chant where they sort of validate themselves with like self-affirming epitaphs and put it in like a sing-song voice. Like you might see some 12-year-old girls do at a sleepover party, or like even younger girls do on the playground. The girls always do this, but the thing is, like, they're in an office building, and they're obviously employed at that office building, and they released this video on TikTok where they're like buttering each other up about how they're all girl bosses in this kind of like playground chant, dancing around in trench coats and making up rhymes about themselves being,
Self-hating Jew donated $2. Let me see.
What was it that changed 40 years ago when you went from Zionist to not?
Oh, well, I called myself post-Zionist for a while to show that I had been brought up Zionist for sure. And I accepted a lot of stories and teachings that I had received as a child, and then I went to university, and I actually met other Jewish people from my same city who told me I needed to read some things, and that there were analogies between the state of Israel and apartheid South Africa.
Okay, so she's just a retard. Watch first minute.
Judith Butler is a leading academic in gender studies and is also Jewish. But this comment at a recent talk has got a lot of people fuming on social media.
We can have different views about Hamas as a political party. We can have different views about armed resistance. But I think it is...
They're not an armed resistance group. They're not a political party. They're Islamic jihadist terrorists.
More honest and historically correct to say that the uprising of October 7th was an act of armed resistance.
Yes, raping women and shooting like teenagers and 20-year-olds at a music festival. That's armed resistance.
It is not a terrorist attack, and it's not an anti-Semitic attack. It was an attack against...
Yes, that's why they said they wanted to eradicate all Jews.
Israelis, and, I did not like that attack. I have gone public with this. I have gotten in trouble for saying it was, for me, anguishing. Yes. It was anguishing.
Yeah, this is just a racist, self-hating Jew. What a fucking pathetic loser. Thanks for the donation, self-hating Jew.
After de align with retards all day, it's nice to come watch VGE stream and not think about retarded shit for a little while, but I hate it so much, these scumbag pieces of shit that want to and put time into ending your source of income. Are you playing games?
We're gonna have to see. I'll be honest, I'm not feeling great tonight. I'm having trouble keeping my eyes focused on one thing. And yeah, I fainted super hard earlier. And after I fainted, I've been feeling fucking weird. So I don't know if I am up for playing video games. I probably just need to eat a bit more for the next few days, and then when I go back to my diet, not diet quite as hard. I think my blood pressure is still probably like too low, and that's why I feel weird. But we will be streaming and reacting to stuff for a while. At the very least. Not sure if we're going to be playing games, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do you like my country Iran?
Oh, wait, whoops.
Girl bosses with bobs and all this stuff. And every right-winger, every man online, like, lost their shit. Like, they got so angry about it. And immediately, immediately, the question was why? And again, superficially speaking, it's hard to explain because I had a hard time explaining, like, okay, these women are being goofy. It's kind of at work, but why are all men getting angry about this? Why am even I getting angry at this? Like, I can feel myself not liking what I am seeing. And I can't even really explain why, other than it's a stupid TikTok video. And of course, like all the typical female bloggers are like, men are overreacting. This is an example of misogyny. What it's an example of men reacting to is female groupthink. The female groupthink is by its very nature self-validating. And the fact that these women were in apparent positions of power gave people the impression that these women would, like, they'd go into a group, they'd validate each other's decisions, and then, like, the workday would start again, and these women would have all of these crazy ideas that they all validated themselves from believing. And they'll go take these ideas and, like, use them to, you know, justify firing you. Or maybe if you're in a publishing environment, not entertaining your manuscript you submitted to the New York Times Review of Books, or any number of things like that. I mean, any amount of power can be justified. Any abuse of power can be justified if you get a circle of people who are there just to validate you.
This is, of course, the inverse of what the feminists were always claiming about the old boys' networks. Men have their own natural masculine biases, and don't even recognise that they have been creating work environments which naturally excluded women and prevented them from getting ahead by not pandering to their feelings of victimhood, in the way that men do not pander to feelings of victimhood for other men. This does create a hostile environment for many women, and that's why feminism had teeth. Men understood that their environments were tailored for men. Well, if you're a man now, in a corporate environment, and all of your superiors are girl bosses who have been fast-tracked up the DEI ladder, do you think you're going to get a fair hearing if they take issue with you?
Yep. Sadie N-word donate $2. Let me see.
That guy looks like a drumstick. You hungry?
Those were good.
Better all prepared, dear Mr. Krabs.
You have a ticket, sir. Can't be in a museum without a ticket.
In Korean, 니가, you are the best. 니가 최고야.
God damn it.
In July,
I accidentally closed that video.
You do this. Important.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Validate you.
This is, of course, the inverse of what the feminists were always claiming about the old boys' network. Men have their own natural masculine biases, and don't even recognise that they have been creating work environments which naturally excluded women and prevented them from getting ahead by not pandering to their feelings of victimhood, in the way that men do not pander to feelings of victimhood for other men. This does create a hostile environment for many women, and that's why feminism had teeth. Men understood that their environments were tailored for men. Well, if you're a man now, in a corporate environment, and all of your superiors are girl bosses who have been fast-tracked up the DEI ladder, do you think you're going to get a fair hearing if they take issue with you? I think many men believe that they will not, and the TBH skincare video seemed to represent the flippant nature of these all-female groups, which exclude male concerns about professional gravity, excellence, consideration for others, and fair play. Would you like to be put in front of a tribunal of women who would validate themselves with TikTok dances? What this will amount to, for many men, is a kind of soft tyranny, in which any appeals to masculine virtues would be laughed out of the room as you lose your livelihood to a bunch of solipsistic women with the emotional maturity of schoolgirls.
Make it stop, hate this! Make it stop, hate this!
Just the thought of it makes me shudder, and this is, as many other men I think understood on a deep and unconscious level, a part of the reason that adolescence has caused such a stir amongst a political consensus which is designed to uphold the affirmative model of female groupthink. I think many men feel that they will receive no quarter because the female-led authorities, who don't feel that they have a responsibility to anything outside of themselves, not only won't care that there is a different worldview from which to consider things, but they won't even understand or have any frame of reference for what these men are talking about. And it seems that it will preclude men's concerns by definition. And I think all of this is summarized in this video of young women TikTok dancing to sell their product.
Well, the good news is all these women-led businesses, they're all going to fail. If you just hire women on the basis of them being women and give them raises on the basis of them being women and don't do anything to create a competitive environment where losers lose, winners win, you're just going to have dumbasses doing dumb shit and not working, not doing what they should be doing, and making dumb decisions, and all these things are just going to fail. So, yeah, as soon as men create competing organizations or companies, men win, because women just don't care about winning. Sadie is a little boy, donate $2. How much do permaban that bitch asshole from donating? It's annoying, lowers stream quality. If you give me, like, I don't know, a lot of money. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Spending whole money for nuclear facility.
They say we don't want to build nuclear bomb, but they can change over the night to nuclear bomb. They say we want to destroy the Israel. So if Israel doesn't get the help from America, it cannot stay together. They are going to be much more people killed since last 1.5 years that killed in Hamas.
Oh no. This guy wants to bomb the nuclear facilities. Oh, man, we can see the B-2s. They're there. They got glint in their eye. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no, chatters. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, more. Like, even this is like, I won't get away from it. This is my experience, okay? My experience is that if you're an Iranian boomer who left during the after the revolution, it's probably going to, in my experience, they tend to say nice things about the Shah, okay? However, you could be someone who hates both. You could be someone who hated the Shah, but then you went from like to unlivable after the revolution, and then you went there. That's, I know that exists. I just don't know if it's like majority or half or whatever, but obviously, oh no, a Shah enjoyer, as opposed to what? The Ayatollah enjoyers, bro.
The Hamas and Israel together, too many kids, white women, men, there was a lot of people killed. If they get involved in America, if the America involved in that and doesn't listen to you and us, do not give the weapon to Israel, then it's going to be big mess.
Is it?
Maybe it's going to be terrible.
He's so... This is what happens when a third worldist meets someone who's actually from the third world. Oh, no. Look, he's bored already. He realizes. Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you know some guy called Nostradamus?
Nostradamus?
Nostradamus.
I'm familiar.
You tell me what you want to say something else.
No. You tell me. You're talking about Nostradamus. Now I'm interested.
Okay, now you're interested.
Oh yeah.
As I was a student in Germany, I read his book. You know, he could see the future, right?
Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah, that's the claim.
Do you know what was the last things that he could see that? He wrote the book about that.
What was it?
The people asking them after the Second World War.
This is typical diaspora chat. Oh no.
Do we have any more war?
Nostradamus predicted the Second World War?
No.
He predicted after the Second World War.
Because after that, what do we have any war after that?
And he said it will be fought in sticks and stones.
He answered them later on because he says I have to concentrate to see it if I see something. And he said that, go ahead and 3. He said there is a third world war.
There's 3.
Huh?
There's another one.
That is the one. Yes. Third world war coming.
Okay.
And At that time, Israel.
The sticks and stones quote is not Nostradamus. That's Einstein. Yeah, I don't know what the Third World War will be fought with, but the fourth one will be fought with sticks and stones. Yeah,
was not existed. They say between Jewish and Persia. And they name it Jewish and Persia. Third World War. He says everything in this war get destroyed. And after that, I don't see thousands of years, no more war. So, we are getting close to this Nostradamus things that he mentioned. So right now, I am with you. America shouldn't help Israel.
Who do you got in the Third World War, though? Are you siding with Israel or are you siding with Iran?
Iran, are you American?
Am I American?
He's Turkish.
Maybe.
Turkish.
I am Turkish.
In American history, do you know what do they call Iran in the Second World War?
What do they call Iran in the Second World War in American history?
Bridge to freedom in Second World War.
The what?
Do you have a device, phone? Do you have a phone?
Yeah, I have a phone.
Just go type Bridge to freedom in Second World War.
Oh, Bridge to Freedom.
Yes.
Yeah.
Iran in every war in the past 2,583 years old, he got a white, because we have a green, white, red in my flag. Green, that's mean peace. And everything. So, no, white, that's mean peace.
White means peace. Green means what?
Green,
Money.
Islam?
Green, that's
I feel like, I don't know. Like, I don't know why Islamic flags are always green, but okay, let's see.
It means the people going forward to build a better country, better world and everything. Like green movement.
What does the red mean? Blood?
Red, that means if they come a war, they are going to answer very well.
Whoa. So it seems like you're siding with Iran against Israel.
No.
Based.
No.
No?
No. Because
stop trying to propaganda the guy. Like, Jesus Christ. Just how tone deaf after what you just said about the nukes, bro. No. Fucking little. You know what? If you have like a taxi driver who's from who's come from Iran and is old, right? Like 20 years Germany. Yeah, he would have been. This someone who might be old enough to remember the revolution, right? God, you would have so many questions. Like, what was it like before? Like, what was it like after? What was actually happening at the time that made you want to leave? Like, what did your father?
Just random vids doing each other. SpaceX, rise of fascism, modern day Nazi is resurrecting prehistoric animals. Seems like it's all coming together.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Sieg Heil! Mutterfickers!
Oh, I hate this lady.
Code Pink has been the subject of many congressional attacks, like saying we're funded by the Chinese Communist Party.
And they are, in fact, funded by the Chinese Communist Party. That's why they went to China.
We should register as foreign agents of Iran. We're Hamas supporters. So people ask us, why don't we just sue these members of Congress who spread these lies? So yes, we do dream about lawsuits, but here's the reality. Members of Congress basically have legal immunity.
No, you can't sue them because then you'd have to prove that everything that was said about your organization is a lie. And it only makes sense to fold when you have something to hide.
Recently, Code Pink...
Yep. That is absolutely true. It's only like if the president says something where they have a lot of immunities, but no, members of Congress, they do not. So she's just lying. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Father think? Like, what did your parents think? It's so this is the elders of Beit Lahia all over again. Yeah. Yeah, they say one thing and then some retard propagandist on the ground says something different. And then white media just picks the one that they like, which is the fake one. Oh, God.
Because
I'm siding
this war, if they come...
Yeah, we know you are. But what, mate? Iran. Like, I don't... Yeah, Iran just abandoned the Houthis, right? Iran just abandoned the Houthis. And they spoke to... One of their seniors spoke to... I think it was the Telegraph he spoke to.
Look at this. That's my Gum Gum. He's on his meowder-cycle. This isn't a motorcycle. This is a meowder-cycle. That's my Meow Meow on his meowder-cycle. Oh my god, look at Gum Gum. He's so handsome. I love him so much. He's just so beautiful.
And he said that he even said they're just going to focus on America now. Mate, Iran's done. What are you talking about? Iran's concern now is the economy realignment, probably, and our nukes are getting targeted by B2s. That's Iran. Our nuclear program is under threat, and the tariffs. Iran's done. What are you talking about? Hezbollah are done. The Houthis have never really been able to do much to hurt Israel anyway, but they're able to do even less now. There's American bombings have not stopped. They're still going. Hamas are their own people don't like them anymore. Like, what are you doing? Assad's gone. There's no more, you can't send a new shipment of weapons to Hezbollah through Syria anymore. Mate, give it up. You need a different strategy. I'm just saying, you can still support Palestine. You should. You need a different strategy. Clearly, this was a bad strategy.
Yeah.
What is it when they talk about, after the collapse of Hezbollah and the Assad regime, the Houthis are now in the front line and they've been conducting very intensive attacks. They're escalating and taking adventure because it makes their political life longer in Yemen. They get missiles and drones from Iran and rebrand them with Houthi names.
Kid Boo donate $2, valid point or victim mindset. Let me see.
About black women being obese. I hate it because it becomes a way to blame us for a set of conditions that we didn't create. We are living in the Trump era. And look, those policies kill our people. And what public health practitioners think is that our stress responses in the body change our metabolism. It's literally that the racism that you're experiencing and the struggle to make ends meet.
Black women have higher rates of obesity because they eat like shit. That's all there is to it. Black girls have the worst fucking diets imaginable. I've known fat black chicks, they eat like absolute fucking pigs. So that's why they're fat. They eat like fucking walruses.
Actually means the diet don't work for you the same.
Yeah, that is some pure ass fucking cope. Like, there are fit black girls. They're easy to find. So, if black chicks are fat because of racism, why the fuck are there, like, fit black girls? Yeah, it's like you see some fat dude munching down on McDonald's, and then he's like, I'm fat because of my genes.
Hi VG. Are you familiar with Christopher Hitchens?
I am.
As a Sufi Muslim, I'm very
Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
ruffled by the title of your book. Did you have to settle for the literal negation of Allahu Akbar?
Yes. I thought so. Thank you for that. Thank you. At the moment, it's very clear to me the most toxic form that religion takes is the Islamic form. The horrible idea of wanting to end up with Sharia, the state of religious law, and that the best means of getting there is jihad, holy war, and that Muslims have a special right to feel aggrieved enough to demand this, I think is absolute obscene wickedness, and I think their religion is nonsense. God speaks to some illiterate merchant warlord in Arabia, and it contains the answers to all human. Don't waste my time. It's bullshit. But you're saying the same about it. Also, that God speaks. The Archangel Gabriel speaks only Arabic. All religions claim to be revealed truth. But Islam rather dangerously says, ours is the last and final one. There can't be any more after this. This is God's last word. Now, that's straight away a temptation to violence and intolerance, and if you note, it's a temptation they seem quite willing to fall for. Every Allahu Akbar reminds people that we're in a very serious struggle with a very depraved religion.
As a
Yep, absolutely base take. Thanks for the donation, Jania. Retard donated $2. Hasnabi, I will cook Douglas Murray on Israel. Come on the stream, big man. This is gonna be great. Bro, are you kidding me? If this happens, guaranteed, Hassan's gonna rage quit and kick this guy off. Guaranteed. Hassan never, ever debates anybody who's mentally competent. So he either thinks Douglas Murray won't debate him, or he actually is delusional enough to think that he could debate like Douglas Murray. Guaranteed, if this is done on like, you know, a Zoom call or something, he's just going to end the stream and say, I'm not talking to a Nazi genocider. As soon as Douglas Murray just slaps his ass with facts. So yeah, that's going to be hilarious if that happens. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Where was this Iranian official who basically said that they're not experienced like Hezbollah, but they're more aggressive and more dangerous? Abdul Malik al-Houthi has an ambition of leading the axis of resistance. Yemeni streets are full of anger. The Houthis are not paying salaries and have absolute taxation with zero representation. So the social base for the Houthis is not very strong. That's why they rely on the Gaza war. Oh, is it here? I was on the wrong article. The Houthi rebels have said they've been attacking the US warships in the Red Sea, including the aircraft carrier USS Truman, which has been leading efforts to strike the rebel group. No ships have been hit yet, but the US Navy said the Houthi fire was the heaviest its sailors have faced since World War II. In any case, though, Iran, they're done. Okay, let's hear this guy.
It's like you're siding with Iran against Israel.
No.
Based.
No.
No?
No. Because
I'm siding
this
with Iran.
war, if they come
I'm siding with Iran. Yeah, no one cares, bro. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, well done.
And Israel, I should stay behind this regime for my country, not behind this regime for...
Sadie N-word donate $2. Let me see.
Not working. Meaty. No. Starden, burden, harden, back.
Yeah. Ow.
Fuck niggers. Fuck niggers.
I don't think the Hyrax actually said that.
Students suspended from Yarra Valley Grammar over this troubling post. Year 11 boys circulating a spreadsheet of their female classmates on messaging app Discord, ranking them top to bottom on their appearance as wifeys, cuties, object, get out, and finally, unrapeable.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's good. Oh my god, dude. It's funny how society is so sensitive and shit now. Yeah, trampolines are super dangerous. I fucked my back up on a trampoline once. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. My worst nightmare, donate $2, 740, woke overdose. Let me see.
Neoliberalism has devastated.
740. This chick is just fucking cancer.
I think we need to reclaim feminism, trans feminism, intersectional feminism, post and decolonial feminism. There are all kinds of feminisms out there that are really important. Abolitionist, black feminism. We do not give feminism away. We do not. We reclaim it. Okay? We make sure that we know how to keep it open, keep it thoughtful, keep it self-critical, and when we talk about critical, gender critical, I never understand what's being said. Because critical, what does it mean? If you're a feminist and you're critical, that means you call into question the presuppositions that you have received unthinkingly. It's like you become more thoughtful. You ask, well, why have I proceeded with that category in that way? You allow yourself to be changed by the history of emancipatory movements to rethink the fundamental categories, and you have humility, and you change, and you become more inclusive and you offer more recognition, and you accept that the categories that we often consider to be so fundamental are historically changing, and it's a good thing, because we want to be part of that historical change. I think that I can't give you the so-called account or diagnosis of UK turfism. I think
we're undiagnosable as a country, and I take great pride in that.
But I do think it's against the background of a shattered left that these kinds of intensely sectarian fights start happening. The only way to have a political position is to identify perhaps as a woman or perhaps as a lesbian, and to guard that territory and to make it into
And women wonder why men don't take them seriously. Thanks for the donation, my worst nightmare. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Yeah, that game looks bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
For the regime, because I don't like this regime.
Yeah.
This regime is not a Persian. They are Arab.
They're another?
Arab.
Oh, they're Arabs.
Arabs.
They're secretly Arab. They're not Persian.
Is that common to say? I know it's common for people to say like, oh, Hezbollah, they're actually Iranian, they're not Lebanese. Or people say Hamas, they're Shia, they're not Sunni, like Palestinians. I didn't know it was the other way around as well. Okay.
That's right.
Why? Because they're Muslim?
Yeah, Arab are ruling my
Not because they're Muslim, bro. Okay.
country in 1,404 years. Iranian culture, Iranian religion was before different.
Mm-hmm.
And culture, in every war, you get a white flag. So if you go just put British to freedom in Second World War, the
No, never played the Toy Story games.
pops out conference in Tehran.
Mm-hmm.
Conference in Tehran, Shah of Iran said, the previous king, the last king,
Uh-oh.
he said, I helped you win the war against Hitler, but you have to help me to get free Iran out of the war. They called Churchill, Roosevelt, Stalin to come in Tehran.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they make a conference in Tehran.
Yeah.
Churchill from British.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Hamas is Shia is not a new insult, no.
Yeah.
Do you
Me
like
or him?
you?
Okay.
Do you like Mossadegh?
Mossadegh?
Yeah.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah. He's kind of a socialist, right?
He was, but the way that he went, that was a little bit wrong.
Wait, why?
Because he was a prime minister.
Mm-hmm.
Prime minister, he stunned because the king was changed in the Second World War to his son, which was the last king, and he said the king can have a position like a king in Britain, or like a Supreme Court here, or any another thing. King can be king, but not controlling everything in that country. That was a mistake for them, because the people at that time, they didn't have so much knowledge like European countries, like a British peoples to the British king. Iranian people, knowledge was not that enough like that. So that's mean he abused his power, and the Shah of Iran, yeah, that was a very good movement at that time. If he could change the power of the king, like to be power in British.
Do you like?
At least some people are saying it's fascinating, but yeah. So I think what he's talking about is that Mossadegh basically like overrode the Shah to a point that like was not really expected in Iran. And I think this guy is saying that he thought it would be a better thing to do if it were done more gradually, because the Iranians were not used to that kind of yeah. It's just so fun. Like, 'cause again, the only things I really know much about this period in Iran is what I learned from like the far lefty days, which is basically it's like that guy bringing up Mossadegh. Oh, he was a socialist, right? Like, it's just the post-it note, right? All you know about Iran if you're a far leftist is awesome social. Like, first of all, British oil, if they know that, and then they know about Mossadegh, the awesome socialist who gets democratically elected, does a bunch of cool socialist shit, and then the CIA overthrows him for the Shah. That's all you know. That's start to finish, which is like, I'd imagine behind that story, there's probably so many more like interesting details about what happened there, like with like Mossadegh's interaction with the Shah and whether or not it was like too accelerated, whether or not Mossadegh was actually a socialist by the standards of like these guys, which I don't think was the case, but But I think Mossadegh's thing was that he wanted the Shah to have like a symbolic, like a European style symbolic role. He didn't want the Shah to leave, though. I don't think he wanted the Shah to step down. But damn,
the Shah.
I did a lot of. He could change the power of the king, like to be power. Shah of Iran. Yeah, that was a very good movement at that time. If he could change the power of the king, like to be power in British.
Do you like the Shah?
It's so annoying. It's like this guy is giving quite an interesting perspective here that, like, I would want to know more. I want to know more about what he's saying here when he's saying that he supported what Mossadegh's idea was with putting the king into a more symbolic role. And he's saying it would have been better if he made the king more like a British monarch, where it's a constitutional monarchy and the king's power is largely is symbolic. But then he's saying that Mossadegh did it in a way that was too antagonistic or something. Like, I'd be interested to know what he means by that. Like, that's a really, I don't know much about that story, and a local might have something to say about that. Like, but he's like, do you like the Shah? Like, just looking for anything. It sounds like this guy actually agreed with Mossadegh's reforms. But we're just straight into it. How do I, this guy, okay, first of all, this guy doesn't support Iran against Israel. That's bad. This guy is talking about the threat of Iran's nuclear problem. We don't like that either. We're not supposed to talk about that. How do I pigeonhole this guy and turn everyone against him and just like discredit everything he says? Oh, do you like the Shah?
I did a lot of demonstration against.
Dude, this guy can't even debate a fucking taxi driver, and he wants to debate Douglas Murray. Like, Hassan is just so stupid. How does he have a fucking audience, bro?
Against the Shah as I was a student in Germany.
Did you get tortured? Did they arrest you?
No, I was afraid to go for my marriage to Iran. My wife, my future wife, at that time, to get married with my family. Her
Even the chat's not sure about that question. Did you get tortured?
Family without me, and they came back to Germany to me.
Mm-hmm. So it's like when a kid learns that their family, that their dad was in the army. Did you kill anyone?
We met each other in Germany. She said, I like to get a ceremony back in Iran with the family.
Did your friends get arrested by the Shah?
Say again?
Did your friends get arrested by the Shah? Did you know people? Yeah, right?
Not. In Germany, yeah. How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
33.
So you are young to this time. You know, that was 1970s.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
End of 70s.
Hassan's my age or a year younger, maybe. Oh no, yeah, he's literally the same age as me. He's a month younger. I'm born in June. He's born in July. I was surprised. I thought he's older.
76 started 77. No, end of 77 started 78. That was the news coming in German paper. I think Frankfurter Allgemeine or something like that. That tomato and eggs.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the new Little Nightmares when it comes out, and yeah, I'm probably gonna watch the UFC fight tomorrow.
Nobody can find in any store. In a couple of days after that, they reported the Iranian people bought it, throw away to the Shah's car.
Do you like?
Didn't get his answer. Last question he's going to ask me.
No.
Another question.
No. I want to ask.
Yeah, but he didn't get the answer the other question.
Well, he wants to know more.
No, I want to know more. I'm curious. Do you like Trump?
Do I like Trump?
Yeah.
If he
get him
to change our government.
So he was in Germany up to the revolution. So you could. We won't get any questions about what happened to him and his family during the revolution or what the aftermath was like. No, let's just come on, let's Trump him. Let's put him in the Trump camp.
And if he listened to us, what the President Biden did, if he helped to change our government, and if he listened to us, what the President Biden did, don't do that. Yes.
What did President Biden do that you didn't like?
Do you know what the President Obama released Iranian money in the old time? Did you read about that?
Yeah. The Iranian.
And do you know what is this money?
What is this money?
This money, Shah of Iran at that time sold the oil all over in the world with the right price. America told him, you have to give us more and bring us the price down. America didn't like them, and they changed the 5 countries. They changed the Shah to this Khomeini. So, this money, that is the money that the Shah at that time sold.
He's fucking texting on his phone and shit, man. I'd be on the edge of my seat listening to someone like this. Fuck me. Fucking hell. It doesn't even necessarily tell you like all that much about the conflict or the history. It's just interesting to hear what people who have lived through this stuff actually have to say about it. But I mean, he doesn't give a
the oil, gas, and everything to America. At that time, if you go, you see American gas station, people lined up, hundreds of people to get the gas for the car, or something for home, or something like that. So they sold it, and they didn't pay him at that time, and they changed him. The government changed, and they took over American embassy in Iran, and this money is stuck here. And with the interest is half a money. So now we told President Obama don't release because this Iranian regime, when they get the money, they give it to the Hamas, to Lebanon and everything, and these people attacking Israel. The all money doesn't go to the people.
I also changed the new.
President Biden released $60 billion 1.5 years ago to Iranian government.
I updated the drop off, by the way. Sorry.
Right, okay.
But it's like right near.
Okay, all right. So he changed.
Wait, what? Why does it say 29 minutes? Okay, we'll walk. We'll walk the rest of it. Actually.
Are you sure? Look at it. That is that far.
How far is that?
Oh, that is
2 miles.
You want a lot? You want? Let me when they get in, because you have to go this way. You cannot go through the White House.
Yeah,
I love that. Yeah, Iran, it was getting all these funds released to them from the White House, and then they were just using it to arm Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, and not helping the people at home. And he's like, "Yeah, where's the drop off again? I don't give a fuck about God." Can you imagine the difference if this guy was actually like a pro Ayatollah, pro Axis, curse upon the Jews dude? Hassan would be loving it. He'd be gobbling that.
$88 or $92. Let me see.
Ein kleines Blümelein
Nigger, nigger, nigger.
That's a very bad design. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
This is like such an interesting interaction right here. Like, his entire brain is just like, how do I shoehorn this into my worldview? Do you like the Shah?
What the hell? God. Wait, why did that happen?
So, yeah.
The traffic. It says 29 minutes because it's closed. The road is closed.
The road is closed?
Yeah.
Which one?
I don't know.
Over there is closed, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But now it's open. Here, we go there. It doesn't take that long. So,
close your eyes and pretend he's a Houthi. To be fair, he didn't even ask good questions to the Houthi kid.
After the election, you can choose. You can choose what you want. But let me tell you what President Biden did. He released reservation canceled. Oh my
Wait,
God.
mine?
What's your goddamn
No,
seatbelt?
another reservation. I got at 2:30.
What's your goddamn seatbelt on, Alex?
Okay. Why are you taking?
I thought we were gonna hop out.
Oh, you changed the address. I got a job for $75 and he took it back.
No, wait, why?
Because I couldn't make it. That was for 2:30.
No.
Yeah. Let me see if the job is there or it's gone.
If it's there, we'll just get out and we'll walk. Don't worry.
It's gone. That was for 12:30. No, it's gone.
Wait, is this like automatically took it off? What the hell?
Yeah, because
Just taking money from working class people.
That was my next pickup, 2:30 at Potomac. So, President Biden released 1.5 years ago $60 billion Iranian money. 8 days later, as soon as the Hamas gets some of those, they attack Israel. So that's why I am going to like President Trump if he listens to us, not to the government of Israel.
I don't think that's working out, man.
But you are probably what you are protecting, your people protecting Iranian government.
Oh no. You tell him, guy in the background, Hassan's little manservant. I don't think that's working out, man.
But Iranian folks are not happy with that. Because Iranian government is spending the all money for that, 30%, 40%, another 50-60% goes to his kids' account out of the country. Doesn't go to Iran.
But they're just like, oh god, it's like little kids at the back of the class. It's like they bring in, oh.
Well, that's Hassan being Hassan. Let me see.
How much weight? Dumb as fuck.
My political law attorney at Sandler Reef, Joe Birkenstock. Joe, as we are seeing the prospect of an insider trading or market manipulation scandal kind of surging into the national spotlight here, and this comes as the result of a high volume of shares being traded just minutes before Donald Trump actually made his announcement pausing these 90-day tariffs, I'm curious what the financial disclosure requirements for federal officials, whether it's somebody in the executive branch or folks in Congress, what they actually are.
Sure. Great question, Brian. So there was a law passed a little over 10 years ago called the Stock Act, right, that some people are familiar with. That actually stands for the Stop Trading on Congressional Knowledge Act, which was passed as a result of a similar scandal about a decade ago about public officials making money on the information that they have because of their nature, their job as a public official. So the Stock Act effectively adds to some disclosure requirements that were passed in the 70s. So that now there is both a periodic transaction report that gets filed roughly on a monthly basis, and then also still the annual reports that are filed by federal public officials to disclose a more full picture of what they own and how they trade. So the way the transactions show up on these two reports is interesting, and I think there's going to be some information to be learned in course of comparing these reports over time.
Joe, are we going to be able to find out what day, what minute these stocks were actually traded at?
Great question. Ironically, yes, we will know what day. No, we will not know what time. These two versions of the reports that I described, the periodic transaction report doesn't even necessarily cover all of the instruments that might have been relevant here, right? You don't have to disclose, for example, transactions in ETFs on a periodic transaction report, even though they do show up on the annual report. The annual report will show the day in which somebody might have traded in a particular security, but it doesn't show what time. So we won't know whether it was right before or right after an event like the announcement on the tariffs.
And so when you're in a situation like this where, you have the prospect of an insider trading scandal, isn't the whole ballgame here knowing whether they traded before an announcement was made or after? And so how do these investigations usually pan out? Do you have to go to the SEC, for example?
Generally, yes, it's the SEC that really drives, and their approach utilizes a lot of documents, obviously, that aren't public. Specifically, the trade confirmations themselves, when you buy or sell a security, the broker will send a trade confirmation that shows to the second exactly when that transaction took place. What that obviously can't show, though, is why did you make that trade? It'll show what you bought, sold, and when, and for what price. But the hard part around insider trading for public officials in particular is you have to know why. You have to know what was the basis on which they might have made that decision. And for a lot of reasons, one being the speech and debate clause, another being the co-equal nature of the branches, it's actually pretty difficult to do investigations through the executive branch of information that might have gotten developed within the legislative branch. It's an ongoing problem in this field, really, for quite a long time.
So in a situation where we actually do see insider trading investigations take place, where is it that they take place, knowing full well that the only way to actually prosecute this kind of thing is to be able to see those documents where we know minute by minute when these trades took place?
Yeah. So for members of Congress and for staff, senior staff and above that are required to file these reports, the real enforcement of these requirements is done by the respective ethics committees, the Senate Ethics Committee or the House Ethics Committee. That will take time, and the details of those investigations aren't necessarily public. But that's kind of the least bad option, I think, that resolves from this question of the difficulty around doing a criminal investigation by an executive agency of people that work in the legislative branch.
But even if Congress, for example, even if Republicans didn't control the ethics committee, which effectively means there is no ethics in the ethics committee, even if Congress did investigate this kind of thing, they have no enforcement authority. And so it would still be up to the SEC to enforce this, the FBI to investigate, or the DOJ to actually prosecute. Is that correct?
It is correct in terms of criminal exposure, the assessment of a civil penalty, right? All the other exposure that you have as a matter of the securities laws themselves. The ethics committees have authority over people that are in the body, so you can get fired, you can lose your job, to some extent lose your career. That's rare. It takes
in the case of today's Republican Party, just get promoted up to attorney general or something. Like, you get a cabinet position out of this.
Sure. So, just one counterpoint, though, right? The ethics committees are unique in Congress in that they really are bipartisan. There are equal numbers of Republicans and Democrats.
My name is JJ, and as part of our ongoing deep dive into the world of Canadian politics, I thought today we would talk a bit about the position of Canadian Prime Minister. It is a pretty strange office in some ways, and I feel like in recent weeks some of that strangeness has really come into focus. So how exactly does someone become Prime Minister of Canada? On what authority does the Prime Minister run the country? What powers does he have? And are there any limits on those powers? And as we attempt to answer those questions, I think we inevitably get into some deeper questions about democracy in general and what our standards for a good democratic political system should be. So Canada's government is said to follow the parliamentary system, but this is a pretty vague category that is applied to an awful lot of countries and doesn't really tell you much about their government other than it has a parliament involved in some way. And parliament is just a name for a gathering of politicians who make decisions collectively. Every single country in the world has a parliament of some kind. whether they call it the National Assembly or the House of Representatives or the Chamber of Deputies or the Bundestag or whatever. In practice, of course, we tend to think of a parliamentary system as describing a political system where the leader of the country is a prime minister chosen by and from the parliament, as contrasted with a so-called presidential system where the head of the country is a president elected by the people. I've never liked those terms for a number of reasons, in part because it implies that a presidential system is somehow defined by the existence of a president, while a parliamentary system is defined by the existence of a parliament, even though those are not parallel things. If the title of the system is supposed to refer to the thing that picks the leader of the government, then the presidential system should really be called a voter system or something. But it's even more confusing than that because, of course, there are a lot of countries that have both a president and a prime minister, and there are countries that have a president who runs the country but isn't directly elected by the voters, most notably the good old USA, whose president is picked by an electoral college. So does that mean America should be more accurately described as an electoral college system? Anyway, these sloppy terms are particularly useless when it comes to describing the Canadian political system, which defies a lot of stereotypical assumptions about parliamentary systems as well. I often encounter Canadians who have a lot of confused beliefs about how the Canadian political system works, and then they get even more confused when weird things happen that seem to contradict those expectations. The rise of Mark Carney to the prime ministership last month is a good example, because his becoming prime minister is the sort of thing that seems to contradict a lot of conventional wisdom about how these parliamentary systems are supposed to work. Mark Carney was sworn in as Prime Minister of Canada on March 14th, 2025. The Parliament of Canada, however, was on recess when this happened, and it has since been dissolved altogether because Canada is currently in the midst of a national election. In other words, Carney was able to become Prime Minister and remains Prime Minister to this day, despite the fact that the Parliament of Canada has not convened once during his entire prime ministership. The Parliament didn't elect him or approve him. It quite literally hasn't done anything at all since December of 2024, when it went on winter break and then had its holiday extended by former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. But even if the Parliament had met, Carney wouldn't have even been able to attend, since he is not an elected member of Parliament himself and never has been. So how is all of this possible, you ask? Well, it's possible mainly because, again, I do not think that parliamentary system is really the best way to describe Canada's system of government. It features a parliament, but it is really more of a prime ministerial system in the sense that the most powerful institution of the government is the prime ministership, with everything else sort of subordinate to him, including the parliament. All right, so now let us walk through this one thing at a time. So the elected half of the Canadian Parliament is the House of Commons, which passes laws and things, but more importantly, elections to the House of Commons also function as an indirect public election for Prime Minister. There are several political parties in Canada, and every political party has a designated leader. The leader is usually a current member of the House of Commons. If for no other reason, then it is useful for him to be able to participate in parliamentary debates. These party leaders serve as candidates for Prime Minister, and they campaign for the job during a Canadian parliamentary election.
As Prime Minister, I will run a government that will live within its means.
As Prime Minister, I will always stand on the side of law-abiding citizens.
That's why, as Prime Minister, I will work hard for the people who work hard.
When I'm Prime Minister, I will keep my promises.
On election night, the Canadian news networks keep track of what party is electing the most members to the House across the country, and the head of the party that elects the most members is proclaimed the winner, and he is described as having won either a majority government, if he wins a solid majority of the seats, or a minority government, if he wins the most, but not a majority. Making sense so far? Well, hold on to your hats, because the next part is very important. Following an election, the head of the party that won the most seats becomes known as the Prime Minister Designate, and he meets with the Governor General a few days after the election, and they agree on a date for his inauguration ceremony. The Governor General is the person who represents the symbolic authority of the British monarchy in Canada, and is responsible for organizing the transition of power from one prime minister to another. This evokes the ancient idea of the prime minister symbolically deriving his power from the majesty of the crown. The prime minister designate is then formally sworn in 2 weeks after the election. There is a little chart I made showing the gaps between elections and inaugurations for all of the Canadian prime ministers elected since World War II. Okay, so who hasn't done anything yet? That's right, the Parliament. And this is because the newly inaugurated prime minister gets to decide when the first meeting of the House of Commons will be. Often it's not for several months until after he's sworn in, as you can see from the chart. So already we can see that the prime minister holds authority independent from, and indeed over, the Parliament. Don't get me wrong, the Parliament has a lot of important powers, chiefly the power to pass laws and authorize a budget for government spending, but the Prime Minister also has plenty of powers that don't involve any parliamentary involvement at all. Prime Minister Carney, for instance, has been running around doing all sorts of things, and as I said, the Parliament has yet to sit even once during his prime ministership. And this is because, ironically enough, parliaments of the past have given a lot of powers to the Prime Minister. I mean, this isn't some nefarious thing. Laws are meaningless unless someone is given the authority to implement them. This is the whole idea behind needing an executive branch to enforce laws independent of a legislative branch to write them. So really, most laws, whether that's outlawing terrorism or legalizing marijuana, wind up giving new powers to the Prime Minister and his cabinet to see that these things actually get done and aren't just words on a page. But we don't need laws or budgets to be written all of the time, so a Prime Minister can easily go a long while before finding it necessary to convene the Parliament. You can see that Prime Minister Clark over here waited a full 4 months after he was sworn in before convening the first meeting of the House House of Commons of his administration. But in theory, a Prime Minister can stretch things out even longer, as the Canadian Constitution says that the Parliament only has to meet at least once a year. Now, in Clark's case, we can say that there was a slightly cynical motive at play. This is because the House of Commons has the right to pass a vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister at any time, which then forces him to hold an emergency election. Prime Minister Clark only won a narrow minority government in the election of 1979, and all the other parties, who collectively formed a majority, were pretty hostile to him, so he had an obvious incentive to delay their ability to vote no confidence in his administration. So anyway, just to refresh, let us now walk through the timeline of one of Canada's more recent Prime Ministers, Stephen Harper. On January 23rd, 2006, Canada held a general election pitting incumbent Liberal Prime Minister Paul Martin against Stephen Harper, the head of the Conservative Party. As the votes were counted that night and the network started to tally the seats, the Conservatives gradually eclipsed the Liberals. It became clear that they were going to win the most seats, but due to a strong showing by the other parties, they wouldn't win an outright majority. In other words, it was a minority government. At about 10:30 p.m., Prime Minister Martin called Harper to concede defeat and then announced it to the nation.
I just telephoned Stephen Harper and I've offered him my congratulations. The people of Canada have chosen him to lead a minority government. I wish him the best.
3 days later, Prime Minister-designate Harper met with Governor General Michael Jean and announced that his inauguration would take place on February the 6th. And then, 11 days after that, Prime Minister Martin formally resigned, and Stephen Harper took the oath of office and became the 22nd Prime Minister of Canada. 2 months after that, on April 3rd, 2006, the newly elected House of Commons was convened by Prime Minister Harper for the first time. Now, the first convening of a new parliament after an election features a lot of razzle-dazzle, the highlight of which is the Governor General's throne speech. This is when she reads a special speech written by the Prime Minister's team, outlining his government's agenda for the next year or so. And following that, usually the next day, the Prime Minister stands in the House of Commons and makes a motion to adopt the speech, and the House usually votes to accept it, often unanimously or even by a voice vote, as was the case with Harper's 2006 throne speech. In theory, this is the first opportunity that the opposition parties have to vote no confidence, since according to parliamentary procedure, they could propose an amendment to the Prime Minister's motion and turn it into a non-confidence vote. But as far as I know, this has never actually happened. Even poor old Prime Minister Clark got a good 2 months of cooperation from the Parliament before it voted him down. As I said, the Canadian Constitution says that the Parliament has to meet at least once a year, and it specifically has to meet at some point to authorize funding for the government. But beyond that, the Parliament serves at the discretion of the Prime Minister, who controls the timings of its sittings and its recesses and its prorogations, which is the term for a sort of hard reset of parliamentary business, requiring everything to start over with a new throne speech. The Constitution says that there has to be a parliamentary election every 5 years, and Canadian law requires elections to be held on every 4th October. Although since the Prime Minister holds ultimate authority over the Parliament, he can choose to hold an election earlier if he so decides, which is what Prime Minister Carney did last month. Even an emergency election held in the aftermath of a no-confidence vote is technically a decision that the Prime Minister makes as well. There have even been times in the past where a Prime Minister has ignored a no-confidence vote. All right, now let us talk about prime ministerial succession. When a Prime Minister announces his plan to resign, as Prime Minister Trudeau did back in January, it falls to his party to pick a successor, which sounds simple, but it can be kind of weird in practice. What even is a party, after all? In Canada, a political party is basically a corporation. It is a private entity that operates outside of government and can be set up in any way it wants. A party can accordingly pick whoever it wants to be its leader and pick that leader through whatever process it chooses. Mark Carney was picked to be Prime Minister by the votes of 150,000 registered Liberal Party members, ordinary Canadian citizens. In fact, I think some of them weren't even citizens. As I mentioned earlier, Carney isn't a member of the Parliament, and clearly neither were the overwhelming majority of party members who voted him in. So on what basis can we say that he is Canada's democratically legitimate leader? Well, I guess the logic of the Canadian system would hold that since Justin Trudeau was democratically elected Prime Minister as head of the party with the most seats in the House, Trudeau can transfer his democratic legitimacy to the corporate entity that runs his political party and let it make certain decisions independently of him. Although it's actually even weirder and more confusing than that, because technically speaking, when the outgoing Prime Minister meets with the Governor General to arrange a transfer of power in these sorts of situations, it is the outgoing Prime Minister who officially designates his successor. So then it's like, okay, so is his political party just giving him a suggestion? Either way, there doesn't seem to be any sort of limiting principle on who can be designated as a replacement Prime Minister. A non-member of Parliament, a child, the President of Madagascar, who can say? Which brings us to one of the big underlying themes of all of this, which is the enormous role played by precedent and convention in determining how the Canadian prime ministerial system actually works. As I explained in my Canadian political system iceberg video, Canada's constitution is not very well written and contains all sorts of conspicuous gaps that fail to describe important aspects of the Canadian government. Important aspects like, say, the prime ministership. You can search the text of the Canadian constitution and all of the other documents that have the status of constitutional law in Canada, and you will only ever see the prime ministership occasionally mentioned in a very passive way, if at all. In the 70s and 80s, there was some effort to amend the constitution in a way that would finally put on paper the exact process through which the prime minister is chosen.
Stadian, we're donating $2. Let me see. Pretty sure that's a felony.
I see trees of green, and over the street, I see the moon, lonely and new, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Is that a Japanese guy in blackface? Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
But nothing came of this, and in my opinion, the country is worse for it, because this means that our whole system of deciding who gets to run the country is ultimately just governed by traditions that everyone politely agrees to follow, and that means there is always a looming danger that someday someone will choose to break one of these traditions and thereby plunge Canada into a full-blown constitutional crisis. The biggest crisis will probably come the day that an incumbent prime minister refuses to surrender power to a minority government of the opposite party. The very concept of minority governments has always struck some Canadians as kind of democratically dubious, since it places such a high value on winning the most seats in the House, independent of the combined preference of the House as a whole. In some other countries, the Prime Minister is the head of a parliamentary coalition, which is an alliance of multiple ideologically aligned parties that jointly form a parliamentary majority. In these sorts of places, Prime Ministers don't come to power right after an election like they do in Canada. Instead, elections are merely considered the starting point for lengthy negotiations between the parties over who should be Prime Minister and what his agenda should be. In Holland, for example, 7 months elapsed between their most recent parliamentary election and the inauguration of their current prime minister,
Whoa.
who wasn't even a guy who had run in their election at all. Some Canadians want coalition-style governments to come to this country. You definitely hear from some people, especially supporters of some of the smaller parties, who don't like the idea of parliamentary elections operating as prime ministerial elections and would prefer to see who gets the prime ministership decided through negotiation among the parties after an election, Dutch style. But it's hard to know exactly how this would work in Canada, just given how entrenched our tradition of quickly inaugurating a prime minister right after an election is. The more radical proposal that you sometimes hear is this idea that an incumbent prime minister who loses an election to a minority government should just refuse to leave office. This is based on the premise that since prime ministers do not have term limits in Canada, there is nothing in law that says that a prime minister has to leave office on any particular day. And indeed, an incumbent prime minister always has to go through the motions of formally resigning on the same day that a new prime minister is sworn in. So if we imagine a scenario where a prime minister looks at the results on election night and is like, I could work with this, maybe he could just...
There's something very Canadian about this. That there's literally nothing written in law that says you have to resign, but they just politely do it anyway out of courtesy. That's hilarious.
just refuse to concede defeat and refuse to resign. He could come up with some way to appease the other parties into not non-confidence voting him whenever he decided to reconvene the parliament, possibly only after months and months of negotiation. Of course, this theory invites a lot of difficult questions. The big one is just that if we accept the principle that a prime minister doesn't have to concede defeat to a minority government, then there's nothing stopping him from refusing to concede defeat to a majority government either. If a prime minister only ever has to leave office on his own terms, then any prime minister who loses any election, no matter how big the landslide, could justify staying in office up to a year after the fact, continuing to run the country until he hits that constitutional deadline of having to reconvene the new...
Dude, imagine if Trump was fucking Canadian. He could have so easily just done that whole January 6th thing. He wouldn't have even had to have done January 6th. He could have just told everybody to go fuck themselves and stay prime minister. Oh my god.
New House of Commons, at which point the majority would vote no confidence in his throne speech and force a new election, although maybe he would just ignore that too. The other challenge is that all of this would really put the Governor-General in a difficult spot. The Governor-General organizes the transfer of power between prime ministers, and her office operates on the assumption that the head of the largest party following an election gets sworn in as prime minister a few days later. If a prime minister refused to leave office on the basis that he had some coalition plan cooking, does the Governor-General have an obligation to go along with this? Or should she uphold standard practice? The answer involves the degree that you believe the Governor-General possesses any individual agency to make independent decisions. In normal circumstances, the Governor-General is a figurehead who grants ceremonial approval to everything the Prime Minister wants. But if the Prime Minister wants something that's really weird, does she have an obligation to give approval to those decisions too? Some people say that she could evoke the emergency authority of the Crown to fire the Prime Minister or force the new Parliament to immediately convene so it could vote no confidence in him. But that would be a radical break from tradition as well. These are all questions that have never really been adjudicated through the Canadian political process before? The last time a prime minister refused to concede and leave office after an election was literally 100 years ago in 1925, a time when Canada was not yet a fully independent country, and Canada's political culture was much more immature. And in the years since then, precedents around the prime ministership have grown more and more entrenched in terms of who gets the job and how. But like I said, we are still ultimately operating on the basis of customs, and customs are only respected until they're not. Partisanship, ideology, and the jealous pursuit of power for its own sake often emerge as the enemies of democratic tradition, and it does seem like it could just be a matter of time before these forces upend Canada's status quo. So let me end this video with a very specific question. As I mentioned at the start, the concept of a parliamentary system is an incredibly vague one and tends to assume all countries where the political leader holds a job that we translate to prime minister in English comes to power in a broadly similar way. But I'm sure to a lot of my viewers and
Dingo donated $2. Yeah, they fucking don't play with pranks like that. LMAO, this dude nearly got 10 years in prison for doing some shit like that, but he got a 75K bond instead. Pranks like that will get you fucked. Oh, yeah.
Attention.
Is this where you're supposed to be?
I think so.
C4 has been successfully activated. Bomb detonation countdown successfully started.
Dude, that streamer in particular is a fucking retard. I can't stand that guy. Just attention-seeking dipshit. Those IRL streamers are just absolute fucking cunts. Thanks for the donation, though, Dingo.
in other parliamentary countries. The Canadian system that I've described today doesn't sound that much like what you guys do. So I'm curious. Tell me how the Prime Minister in your country is chosen. Are there identifiable prime ministerial candidates? Is the Prime Minister directly elected by the Parliament or indirectly elected by the voters? Do you ever have minority governments or always coalitions? And how soon after an election does a Prime Minister take office? Is there any aspect of the Canadian system that you think is better than what you do? And in what ways do you think our way is worse? Let me know in the comments. If you like this video, do not forget to like and subscribe. And
Let's see.
A man's decision to take the law into his own hands left an innocent man wounded and endangered school children, teachers, and many others in our community. Probably true. If you want to do justice in Santa Clara County, please apply for a badge. So if you want to shoot somebody without any reason, become a cop. Get to that. You know, he was sentenced, and we got this idea actually, one of our Patreon subscribers. See, if you're a Patreon subscriber and you ask for a reaction, guess what? You get one. So go to patreon.com and become a member, but you gotta be a paid member. You can't just be one of these freebies. And if you are a subscriber to Patreon, paid subscriber of at least $10 a month or whatever it is, we'll send you a hat. Harry Glart, is a California daycare worker who allegedly molested the son of former UFC heavyweight Cain Velasquez. So now, Mr. Glart, he lived with his mother. His mother had a fucking daycare. Rumor has it that he molested this child over 100 times. You know, what a great place to be if you're a pedophile. You know, living with mom who's got a daycare. You know, Jesus Christ. You know, it's just open season on children, isn't it? When they're not there, guess what? He's sitting in the basement of his mother's house with his Cheeto-stained underwear, just thinking about the next kid that he can molest. Now, here's what the timeline of events. And this is goes back to 2022. Harry Glart is charged with molesting a 4-year-old. 4 years old. Fuck. Jeez. He is arraigned but released from custody without bail. Without bail. You know, it would be $500,000 here. Easy. Cain Velasquez allegedly chases and shoots at the vehicle carrying Glart, his stepfather, Paul Bender, and his mother. Glart is unharmed, but Bender is shot in the arm and torso. Velasquez is then arrested at an 11-mile high-speed chase. So there's some moral indignation here, right?
This guy raped a 4-year-old and they let him out without any bail. What the fuck? And then they arrest Cain Velasquez when they're the ones who let this guy out. What do you expect how do they expect parents to react? This is so fucked.
You've got a situation where your child, I mean, who wouldn't want to do that? Who wouldn't want to just absolutely destroy the person who molested your child? Problem is, when you do that, you take yourself away from the child and you hurt the child just as much, unfortunately. So let's just see just a little news clip of what happened.
Supporters of UFC star Cain Velasquez crowded in and around the Santa Clara County Courthouse to cheer him on as he gets ready to fight an attempted murder charge. As NBC Bay Area First reported yesterday, the mixed martial arts star was in court today to be formally charged.
Now take a look at him. Now there's some people that you'd want to fuck with, you know, but generally if they're a UFC guy, I'm not doing that because one of two things. Number one, this is a guy that can handle himself, right? And number two, he's probably on roids, so he's probably not thinking clearly when he gets all raged out on you.
for shooting into an occupied vehicle in South San Jose near Morgan Hill on Monday. This is exclusive video captured on a cell phone camera showing what appears to be Velasquez chasing after the vehicle, which seems to show bullet holes and dents on it.
I think he's pissed. Just saying.
According to court documents, Velasquez rammed the vehicle with his own truck, then while driving, fired a gun aiming at this man, Harry Goulart, who was out on bail after being charged with molesting a young child at a San Martin daycare center. The documents...
Now, if you're responsible for multiple acts of criminal sexual conduct against a child, the guidelines in almost every jurisdiction goes through the roof. How he's out on bail, he must have money. That's the only thing I can think of. Because I think we've said that he was out without any bail, but I just can't imagine that's the case. And one of the things that the court does is that they will also issue conditions. So like you can't be around children. So you wouldn't be able to, if your mom couldn't still have her fucking daycare. In fact, if your mom had her daycare, who the hell would let their kid go to that daycare? You know, I mean, oh, he won't do it again? Oh, okay. Well, give him lunch and, some cookies. Give me a fucking break.
Confirm the child is a, quote, close relative of Velasquez. Goulart's stepdad was ultimately shot in the arm and treated for a non-life-threatening injury. Goulart's sister, who was also in the vehicle, identified Velasquez as the gunman. He was later spotted by police and arrested without incident.
And it's unfortunate that he took the case into his own hands rather than waiting on
the problem is revenge is not a defense. And that's what that is. You're not protecting anybody. I had a client who was raped by a guy. And then a week later, she went and stabbed the shit out of him. You can't do that. There's a break in the action. Now, if he caught him in the act, he probably would be just fine, but he didn't. So Velasquez is formally charged with attempted murder and multiple gun-related offenses in March of 2022. This is how slow the justice system works, because he was just sentenced recently. But he's denied bail, and the other guy's released on bail. Does that make any fucking sense? The judge cited reckless disregard for human life. So protecting the public and risk of flight are the two things that you think about when determining bail. So now they're both going to court, and they're both in custody.
So they let the child rapist out without bail, but the guy who tried to kill the child rapist is denied bail. Yeah, the legal system makes sense.
Goulart pleads not guilty in May of 2016, or May 16th, 2022, and Velasquez is granted bail, $1 million, after 8 months in jail with strict conditions, including house arrest and GPS monitoring. I mean, this is so situational, right? I mean, he went fucking apeshit because somebody molested his child. Who wouldn't do that? Or want to do that anyway? On Goulart's case, his defense attorney attempted to have the entire case thrown out, which they do on time to time. He accused the judge of sleeping during some parts of his client's preliminary hearing while alleged the victim testified on the stand. So if the judge is sleeping, that happens a lot. This is what they said. Judge Alcala at times was asleep and not focused on the proceedings taking place before him. His determination may have missed important yet subtle parts of the testimony that lend to the minor's credibility. The attorney wrote, this is what the attorney wrote, lack of focus also calls into question whether the influence of the minor's parents' nonverbal cues during the minor's testimony were even observed. Yeah, the court rejected that. And here's the danger of doing that as a lawyer. You say the judge is sleeping and you're calling into question the judge's integrity and all that kind of stuff. Guess what? You're going to have to be in front of that judge again. And you think you're going to get the benefit of the doubt the next time you're in front of that judge? Probably not. Fast forward to March last week, March 24th, 2025. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison for attempted murder. Now, 5 years for an attempted murder charge is pretty light, honestly. The DA's office recommended that Velasquez be sentenced to 30 years in prison, accusing him of trying to murder all 3 people in the truck, describing his attack as a vigilante shooting. But you got to give the guy a little bit of a fucking break. I mean, he went apeshit because his son was molested by this guy. One man's decision to take the law into his own hands left an innocent man wounded and endangered school children, teachers, and many others in our community. Probably true. If you want to do justice in Santa Clara County, please apply for a badge. So if you want to shoot somebody without any reason, become a cop. His sentence includes credit for time served, so he's likely to spend about a year in prison. So generally speaking, you probably do about half your amount of time. And if you already spent 8 months in, he's not going to do much more, thank God. A quote from the defense attorney, Renee Hessling. I do think that the court made a good decision today, Hessling said, one that takes into consideration all the complexities of this case, the context about why this happened, and also takes into consideration who all of us know Mr. Velasquez to be, which is fundamentally a good man and a good father. And he probably was. But
buddy, if they had just kept the child rapist locked up, none of this would happen. So why didn't they just lock up the child rapist and keep him locked up? It's just so fucking retarded. My God. Retard donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, I've seen this. So the blades fell off the copter. Weird. Dude, there's so many fucking aviation crashes lately. It's just weird. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donate $2. Yes. It's just not the same without the background music and background Chinese voices and Richard being frustrated because the mission is stupid and confusing. Yes. Shenmue is a terrible game series. The first two are definitely worth playing, though. I think Shenmue 1 and 2 are the only two examples of a so bad it's good game. They're awful, but they're enjoyable to play. I don't think there's ever been any other video games that have been able to accomplish that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Honestly, if you saw the person in the street that tried to fuck your 4-year-old, what the hell would you do? I mean, who wouldn't go apeshit? Who wouldn't want to just destroy that person? Problem is, when you do that, when you take somebody out like that, you take yourself out, unfortunately, because you can't take the law into your own hands. So Glart was charged with one felony count of lewd acts with a minor, and he pleaded not guilty. He is out on bail and under supervised release, and he waits trial, which is set for June of this year. There's been a lot of positive reaction on Velasquez's behalf. So this is Khabib, I'm not going to pretend to pronounce his fucking last name. He's a former UFC fighter. He's retired with an undefeated record and is widely considered to be among the greatest mixed martial artists. Showed his support on Instagram, and there's a lot of support. There's he's saying pardon Velasquez. Is that Barron? Is that Barron?
Yeah, Trump should pardon Velasquez.
Okay. Velasquez's former coach Javier Mendez spoke. He said, "To be honest with you, I would have done worse. I'm not going to sit there and tell you I would have done the same thing as he did. No, I would have thought it out properly. That's called murder one. I would have done it. I would have found a way for no one to figure out it was me. I would have done it. I would have done it. I would have done it. I would have, let's see, where he looked at me for what he did to me for my child. I would have him look at me while I punished him. I would have done it. That's all well and good. That sounds tough. Oh, you're tough. Guess what? You're not that smart. Nobody's that smart. Everybody always fucks something up. You're on hook for murder one then. You can't do that. The emotion is there. Everybody feels the righteous indignation that Velasquez did. And nobody wants him to go to prison. And in fact, everybody supports what he did. But to sit there and say you would do worse, is just not productive. And if all of a sudden they do catch you, you take yourself out of the game. And you take yourself out of the game that hurts your child more than you intended to begin with.
Dodo Donatiller, Shenmue 3 is my favorite to watch you play. Barely watching you play the first one, I thought it was boring. I mostly just don't like old graphics. I automatically assume the game is boring. And I watched some of the second, though it was funny, but third was so good. The third was definitely the most bizarre and baffling. I could see how watching the third one on stream would be more entertaining. But the second game to play was definitely the most fun. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Aaron Dunkelberger, Donatillers, what was that video called you reacted to one time? It was about how stupid math is in Islam because the fractions didn't even add up. It was made by Nabil Asley. Or Nabi Asley. I'll show you. Yeah, Nabi Asley.
Inheritance.
Yeah, The Islamic Law of Inheritance by Nabi Asley. That's the one. Thanks for the donation, Aaron Dinkelberger.
It's called an
or
unintended consequence.
Dunkelberger.
So let's see, McMahon, let's clear this up. Cain Velasquez chased Harry Glart, accused of molesting his 4-year-old son at a daycare run by Glart's mom for 11 miles through Morgan Hill in San Jose. Glart was free on bail, living with his stepdad, Paul Bender, despite a lewd act charged. Velasquez fired a .40 caliber at the vehicle, hitting Bender in the arm, torso. He survived. Any father worth a shit would fucking snap and lose it, knowing the alleged abuser was free. With that said, reckless public shooting endangered innocence and shouldn't be encouraged, obviously. If the system had kept Glart locked up instead of releasing him to his stepdaddy's protective custody, this wouldn't have happened. Cain spent enough time in jail, and I agree with this, spent enough time in jail and house arrest over the last 3 years to make up for reckless endangerment and missing a few inches. So let's just take a look at.
That's what Cain got arrested for. He was hunting down and trying to delete somebody who'd hurt a child in his family. Them's his good dude charges right there. Ain't nobody gonna be mad about that in prison. But will inmates come after him for notoriety just because he's famous?
Probably not.
Good luck coming after him.
Retard donated $2. Let me see.
Here in my garage, just bought Hollywood Hills. But you know what I like a lot more than the Hollywood Hills? This new Lamborghini here. In fact, I'm a lot more proud of this new Lamborghini here. Now, maybe you've seen my TEDx talk where I talk about my 2,000 new Warren Buffett books. You know, I read a book a day not to show off. It's, again, about the materialistic things. In fact, the real reason I keep this Lamborghini here is that it's materialistic, because it wasn't that long ago that I was in a little Lamborghini across the country sleeping on Warren Buffett in a mobile home with only $40,000 in my Lamborghini. I didn't have a college degree. I had no college degree. But you know what? Something happened that changed my life. I bumped into a Lamborghini and another Lamborghini, a few more Lamborghini, found 5 Lamborghini, and they showed me my garage. Again, it's not just about knowledge, it's about money. And so I recorded a little video. It's actually on my garage. You can click on my Lamborghini and it'll take you to my garage where I share my new Lamborghini. Now, this is a get rich quick scheme. I'm promising you that tomorrow you're gonna be able to go out and buy Hollywood Hills. But what I am telling you is it can happen. Now, I recorded a little 2-minute video on my garage.
I don't know why people edit videos like that to just annoy you with like random high audio. It's not funny. It's just annoying. It makes it unwatchable. Thanks for the donation though, retard. Dodo donated $2. What games are on your list of games you want to play now? Finish Half-Life 2, I assume. Probably not much more to get done there, and what else? Hopefully no 2D games from the 90s, I'm sorry, but those are awful to watch. You might find it fun to play, but boring to watch. We're gonna have to finish Contra Hardcore. I will finish Half-Life 2, but Doom the Dark Ages is coming out fairly soon. Metal Gear Solid Delta is also coming out fairly soon. There's a few games coming out that we are going to play. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I sure hope that if they do, they get it on surveillance camera and release it to the public. The answer is probably not. Cain is going to prison in the state of California, and the state of California prison system has a lot of Hispanics and a lot of Hispanic gangs, and I can't speak for them, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to take care of him. Not that homie really needs anybody to take care of him. And Hispanic gangs that I know from doing time out here on the West Coast have a saying, and that's if you mess with one bean, you mess with the whole burrito. Plus, they sentenced him to 5 years for
You mess with one bean, I'm not going to touch that.
this, and he's got almost 3 years of credit for time served, so he's probably going to serve less than a year in prison anyway. If you support Cain, put free Cain in the comments.
Just an outpouring of support. It probably would be cooler to be Cain Velasquez in prison than it is to be me out of prison. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, you want to get up and make yourself a fucking sandwich in the middle of the night? I guess you can't. Why? Because you go to walk, you can't open your door to your cell because you can't get to the fridge. So I wouldn't say that. Considering dude could have killed an innocent bystander, I'd say this is the best case scenario. He probably won't even serve 5 years. No, he won't. Let's see what else we got here. Considering his charge was premeditated attempted murder, did he get off relatively easy? Yes, he did. I get why he did it, but shooting into the city streets with innocent people in the line of fire is insane. And it is. You know, the thing about it is some crimes are mitigated, you know, by circumstances. And in this case, he just lost his shit. And he lost his shit over somebody who did something probably repeatedly to his 4-year-old child. And you don't condone it, but you certainly don't blame him. I mean, there was a case in Texas where this guy was in the courthouse. And that's why you can't even get into a courthouse nowadays without being searched. But he walked into the courthouse and he shot the guy right then and there. And it was premeditated murder 100%. And I think he got like 8 years or something like that. But it was mitigated because almost the same facts. He didn't chase him down, but he saw him in the courthouse and he just shot him and killed him. So
No, never beat Mafia 2. That's a very bad game. Mafia 2 is just not good. I'm hearing weird noises upstairs. It might just be the rabbits being loud. I'm just gonna go up and check. I'll be right back. Ugh. It was just the rabbits being noisy. Ugh.
The moral of the story is, don't take the law into your own hands. Go get some therapy. Deal with your rage, because that rage is not.
The usual suspects, huh?
This guy got exposed for lifting fake weights. Meet Christopher Dorn has showcased some of the most incredible gym feats on social media.
I saw one lift in particular that looked really fishy. Can't remember what it was. It might have been a bicep curl or something else. And, yeah, I was suspicious of this guy.
325 pounds bicep curl, holding back a 4,000 kilogram car and lunging 500 pounds. A lot of people thought this guy was just insanely strong. But unfortunately, most of what you see on social media isn't real. Nick Trigilli, a well-known influencer who calls out frauds in the fitness industry, exposed Christopher.
Before I chew apart his terrible form, let's talk about how he's using some fake plates with real plates.
That looks
so the plates
fake.
do not move at all, even though he's swinging the bar all over the place. And number two, he put that 2.5 on the end so you can't see how the plates are fake.
He argued that the weights don't move naturally and that Dorn's wrists wouldn't stay so rigid if he were actually curling 300 pounds. And what do you think about him? This guy got exposed for lifting fake.
Yeah, it's not happening. Well, people want to get clout. Thanks for the donation, Twat Destroyer. Yeah, can somebody give me roughly $20,000 so I can buy this bike? Let me see. Hypermotard. 950 SP. I think I'd just go with a 950. Let's see, sport package. Nah, exhaust system. Yeah, let's go with that exhaust system. I'll get a protector for the oil cooler. Get a steering damper. I think I'd just get an aftermarket lever that I'd prefer. Frame pads. Adapter for foot pegs. No. Billet aluminum foot pegs. I'll add that. Fork slider. I don't think I want a quick shift. Actually, maybe I do. I'll add the quick shifter. I'll get the multimedia system. Passenger grab handle. Oh, you need to get rid of the exhaust. Fuck. Actually, yeah, no. I'll just keep the sick-ass exhaust. What does this come to? Alright, so somebody give me $21,838.65 so I can order this bike. Oh, wait. Just... give me the money for the bike. I don't know if that's... So it says without labor cost. I don't know if that's after taxes or not. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's with tax. Let's see. Tom donated $2. Rate this instrumental first 50 seconds, even though I'm not religious, really like listening to religious songs and tunes because they're so peaceful. Would you agree? That sounds like some of the gayest, most faggot shit I've ever fucking heard. Yeah, that's terrible. Thanks for the donation, Tom. Dodo donate $2. How would you respond to this grifter's argument?
If Charles Darwin was alive today, he would laugh his socks off at his idea. Why? In Charles Darwin's book, Origin of Species, there's a chapter that says problems with my theory. All those problems.
Well, he didn't know genetics for one, so...
Yeah, so he didn't know of DNA, genetics. He didn't understand things like genetic drift, heritability, epigenetics. Like, there was a lot that he didn't know. He also recognized that there was an incomplete fossil record at the time. Now there is a extremely robust fossil record. So, none of his observations were wrong. It's just that he didn't have the full picture. So if you draw like a big circle of all the ways, like, evolution works. So like genetics, DNA, epigenetics, genetic drift, sexual selection, natural selection, all that crap. Darwin would have a smaller circle inside that circle. That ticks some of those boxes.
Here you go, Rich. Happy birthday. Enjoyed the bike.
Well, I do appreciate that donation, but you are missing a few zeros. You only gave me $21 as opposed to $21,000. So that's fine. Just give me the other $980. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
What were the problems that he said would disprove his own theory?
I can't remember. It's exact happened in theology.
You're a biologist?
I can't remember exactly.
You're a biologist?
Tell me what was the problem.
Can you prove to me that a cell can exist from nowhere?
No way.
Hi, Richard. My investments to Maxwell Chicken Butso have generated large returns. Once I decide to pull my investments out, I will gladly give you the money for the motorcycle. I have been told it's worth 200k now, and I just have to pay 10k for process fees.
Well, you're probably a victim of a Nigerian scam. So, next time when you're ever considering investing in anything, just give me money, because you're just gonna lose it anyway. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Runner.
Not from nowhere. We accepted that you had to have something. We agreed that you had to have something like a Big Bang or whatever.
Darwinian evolution has nothing to do with the origin of the universe.
How did it come into existence from nothing? This is the question.
That's the problem with his theory. Scientists have to prove this or his theory's wrong. If Charles Darwin...
Like, I don't even know why they tried doing this anymore. They're not gonna win. Society is clearly going in a direction where we recognize evolution. So all these people just sound like crazy retards. Which they are. Yeah, like, okay. Have fun destroying your own religious cult by not adapting it to modern society in any way and just getting laughed out of fucking town. There's a reason why people are leaving Islam and not joining it. It's because they all know you're a fucking retard. It's funny, too, is this guy's a massive scammer. He told his audience he needed like $50,000 because he's in debt. And then he made a bunch of like weird claims saying it only paid off like a small portion of the debt. And while claiming he was $50,000 in debt, he was taking business class flights around the world and shit. Like, so yeah, this guy is just a fucking massive fraud.
Can the Tesla Cybertruck take on its trailer hitch before something breaks? Well, Zach from Jerry Rig Everything tested exactly this, and the hitch snapped off of the rear casting when the scale was reading 10,400 pounds of force, a number that's actually less than the Cybertruck's 11,000 pound tow rating. Now, seeing this hitch failure led me to 5 questions, which we will answer in this video. First, what do regulations say this hitch needs to be able to support, considering the vehicle's 11,000 pound tow rating? Second, are there any real-world scenarios where we could see the Cybertruck hitch hit 11,000 pounds of vertical load, say under heavy braking or perhaps hitting a pothole? Third, what are the industry standards for other OEMs? In the video, we saw Dodge Ram 2500 handle close to 11,000 pounds without failing. So for those who have been in the trucking business a long time, what are their requirements? Fourth, are there any fatigue life concerns, considering the Cybertruck's hitch is attached to an aluminum casting rather than a steel frame? And finally, should customers be concerned about towing at rated capacity with a Tesla Cybertruck? Alright, so let's start off with how much weight should a trailer hitch support. The Cybertruck has a tow rating of 11,000 pounds, and as such has a maximum tongue weight of 1,100 pounds. In other words, the amount of weight resting on the trailer hitch when the vehicle is stationary is 1,100 pounds, or the industry standard of 10%. Nothing unusual there. Okay, but what do regulations state the hitch needs to be capable of supporting? Well, there are three critical interactions that the Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE, point out. First, there's the coupling itself, which attaches to the trailer. Second, there's the internal mechanism of the coupling and how it attaches to the ball of the trailer hitch. And finally, we have the hitch itself, which attaches to the truck. Now, in the regulations, there are all kinds of different forces that will be applied to these components. For this video, we're just going to focus on vertical loads since that's the kind of failure we saw in the video Zach posted. These requirements are all spelled out in SAE J2807 and SAE J684. Okay, so for number one, the coupling. This needs to be able to handle half the towing capacity as a vertical load without breaking off or failing. So in the case of the Cybertruck with an 11,000 pound tow rating, it needs to be able to handle 5,500 pounds. Number two, the interaction between the coupling and the ball. This needs to be able to handle the gross trailer weight times 1.3, so 14,300 pounds. Now, you'll note that this is greater than where the Tesla failed. That said, this regulation is not about testing the vehicle itself, it's about testing this coupling. You really don't want this internal mechanism to fail in tension or compression, both of which have requirements for the same force of at least 14,300 pounds. Okay, so finally we get to the truck itself. And this is very clear because the regulation states the hitch shall be attached in such a manner that the loads indicated in Table 3 are transferred to the towing vehicle without incurring loss of attachment. In other words, it needs to be able to handle these loads without breaking the hitch or breaking off from the vehicle. So the maximum vertical load indicated in Table 3 is 0.47 R plus 480 pounds, with R being your trailer hitch's rating in terms of maximum trailer gross vehicle weight rating. So 0.47 times 11,000 pounds plus 480 gives you a load of 5,650 pounds that you need to apply to this trailer hitch, and it needs to be able to withstand it for at least 5 seconds. Alright, so the Cybertruck broke at about 10,400 pounds, but per SAE, it only needs to support 5,650 pounds before failure. So from a requirement standpoint, no problem. Whew, okay. Sigh of relief if you're a Cybertruck customer. However, just because you meet the minimum requirements doesn't necessarily rule out the possibility of problems in the real world. So my next question, is there a real-world scenario in which you could reach 10,400 pounds of vertical load on the trailer hitch? And to be clear, I'm not talking about abuse. That's very easy to do, whether that means towing way above the vehicle's weight rating, putting more than a 10% trailer tongue weight, jumping the vehicle while towing, or perhaps flying down the highway at 100 miles per hour and hitting a massive pothole. I guarantee you, in the right abusive circumstances, you can break this hitch off. We've already seen videos of it. What I'm curious of is there a way to exceed 10,400 pounds of vertical load on that trailer hitch following the guidelines outlined in the Cybertruck's owner's manual to the T? Can you do everything right and still fall into a situation where you'd exceed that vertical load? Okay, so Wes Morrill, Cybertruck lead engineer, tweeted, Zach's test demonstrated about 10 times factor of safety on rated tongue weight. This should inspire confidence to use the vehicle up to its maximum rating. Now, Wes's statement is accurate, but I do think it's worth pointing out, as I am sure Wes is well aware, that 10% of the trailer weight is not the maximum force that you're going to see on the trailer hitch. Why? Well, 3 simple examples. First, you have load transfer. So as you're braking, you're going to have some of that trailer's weight shift to the trailer hitch. Second, road irregularities. You're constantly hitting road irregularities as you're driving, whether big or small, and that is changing the loading at the hitch. The biggest concern here would be hitting a pothole at speed, which could spike the G-forces at the hitch. And finally, while the world may be flat, roads are definitely not. If you're traveling downhill, you're going to shift more of the trailer's weight to the vehicle's hitch. Okay, so it's fair to say it has about a 10x factor of safety in a static situation where the vehicle isn't moving on flat ground, say sitting at a stoplight. But in dynamic situations, it is not fair to say that it's a 10x factor of safety. Alright, so is it possible that the hitch could ever see its full towing capacity on it? It's time for the whiteboard. So here we have our Cybertruck, and it is towing a Mad Max style fuel pod. And this is all designed to be very simple to understand and to prove a point. So we're pulling along this fuel pod, and you can look at where's its center of mass, and that happens to be about 3 feet back from the trailer hitch from the Cybertruck, and it happens to be about 3 feet vertically from that Cybertruck's trailer hitch. Now, if this whole system is to slam on the brakes for panic stop, and we're braking at 1G, well, then we can look at all of the forces involved and sum them about this point right here, simple statics engineering problem, and set all of those equal to 0, all of those moments. So this force right here is going to be mass times acceleration, right? Well, we know what our mass is, and we know what our acceleration is, 1G, we've got that panic stop, so that's going to give us our 11,000 pound force. Now, we multiply that by 3, and then we're going to set that equal to whatever force number 2 is, the force from the trailer hitch pushing up, also multiplied by 3. Of course, those are going to be equal, right? You do the math. Turns out force number 2 is going to be 11,000 pounds that Cybertruck hitch needs to push up in order to counteract that moment from this high center of gravity mass wanting to push that load as you brake onto that trailer hitch. In other words, the entire weight of the trailer is now resting on that trailer hitch. Now, of course, this problem was designed to prove a point. There are very good reasons why you'd never want to tow something like this with a simple passenger truck. But there wouldn't be anything illegal about it, and more importantly, it proves a point. If you have a high enough center of gravity, load transfer alone means you could get the full weight of the trailer on the hitch. Now, you'd probably crash if this happened. That's so much force and it'd be incredibly unstable. But this is just focusing on one variable so far, weight transfer. What about other factors, like a pothole? Well, a pothole could add another 3 Gs of force to the situation. We'll get to where that number comes from later, but consider if you're in a situation where you're braking and 25% of the trailer load is now resting on the hitch. Of course, not that difficult to think up. We've already shown that you could have much higher than 25%. Then while you're braking, you hit a bad pothole and get an additional 3 Gs of force. Well, boom, 25%.
Look, everybody, I got Gum Gum here. Here's Gum Gum. Here's my baby. Here's my baby Gum Gum. See him? This is Gum Gum. Oh, I love my Gum Gum. Yeah, that's right. That's my baby. Oh, that's my big baby kitty. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh, that's a good boy. Oh, yes. What a big baby. You know I love you? Yeah, I love you so much. Oh my God, look at you. You're so handsome. You are so handsome. That's a good boy. Oh my goodness.
Percent trailer loading plus 3 times that 25%, and that gets you at 100% of the trailer's load on that trailer hitch. So there you go.
I think Honda's coming out with a new S2000, aren't they? Yeah, they are. I think a lot of these are fake. Is this it? I don't know if they've officially announced it yet, if this is what it's supposed to look like. But yeah, they're coming out with a new S2000. It's rumored to have the Civic Type R engine, 315 horsepower. That's pretty good. I like those, I really like convertibles and roofless cars.
A force big enough with only 2,750 pounds of actual weight on the hitch in order to hit the trailer weight as a load. And if you're going downhill, it only makes things worse, as you have more weight resting on the hitch. Alright, so with some combination of a high CG load...
Oh dude, if it's front wheel drive, I doubt it. It would either be rear wheel or...
Funny how all the people calling you fat and bloated last year just magically disappeared, never to be heard from again. Also, question for you, if you were gifted a Cybertruck, would you keep it or return it?
I'd sell it. Yeah, I'd sell it immediately. I don't know if I would personally be able to get insurance for that car. I know they are insured in Ontario because I've seen people driving them. But because I have no driving history with a car, I don't know if anybody would insure me. Like, I might have to pay outrageous, ridiculous costs for insurance. I was talking to a guy who got in 2 really bad accidents. And he ran a electric bicycle business where he had to use his truck to transfer bicycles from like shipment area to his store. And I think he said he had to pay like $4,000 in insurance per month on his truck, which is fucking crazy. So they'd probably charge me just something outrageous, which would make it not worth it, obviously. I fucking hate the Cybertruck. That thing's a piece of shit. I'd never drive that fucking thing, but yeah, I'd immediately sell it. There's no fucking way I'm keeping that piece of crap. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Heavy braking, road irregularities, and going downhill, it seems very feasible that you could exceed that 10,400 pounds on the trailer hitch where the Cybertruck broke. To me, that seems concerning. Now, obviously it's a very rare scenario, but even still, it seems possible while following all of the rules. Now, this brings up optimization, right? Because so it's clear, I absolutely don't think the engineers at Tesla are dumb. In fact, quite the opposite. Engineering is always a matter of optimization, and you choose material.
No, they are dumb. Have you seen the way that car is built, dude? They are fucking stupid. That is one of the worst fucking cars ever fucking made.
Materials, thicknesses, and designs based on where you want the product to be. If you want a hitch that can hold 100,000 pounds, it's easy to design it to do that, right? But if it doesn't need to, what's the point? You're just wasting money and making something heavier needlessly. But if you go too far in the other direction, the product breaks and now customers are unhappy. So it's an intentional choice. What should the product be able to withstand? Now, I don't know the answer to this question, so I chatted with an engineer at Ram to paint a more clear picture. They've been making trucks for 100 years. So how do they target where a truck's strength should fall? Okay, some backstory. Independent of this video, Ram is launching the new Ram Charger, a plug-in pickup, which has a tow rating of 14,000 pounds. I had the opportunity to chat with their engineers, and I thought, hey, what a perfect opportunity to chat with a traditional automaker and see how they approach towing. And if you haven't seen it, I have a whole video deep diving into how manufacturers land on their tow rating number. It's a fascinating watch. And just so we're clear, this is not Ram's opinion on the Cybertruck. This is simply me taking advantage of a situation I had to chat with their engineers, and then, you know, maybe I'm going to compare all that to Tesla. So the first thing I asked Ram about was the regulations, and if they had their own standards or simply go by what the regulations state when it comes to hitch loads. And they basically said the equivalent of, oh, the regulations are really easy to meet. If we only met the minimum requirements, customers would be unhappy. So I asked what they meant, and they brought up the example of SAE J684, which states, the hitch shall withstand the applied forces without incurring permanent deformation more than 5 degrees from the original position. And their point here was, okay, imagine a customer sees the maximum load outlined by SAE guidelines for the Ram Charger. In this case, it'd be just over 7,000 pounds. Now, there are dynamic situations in which this can happen, so the customer has done nothing wrong so far. So you're using the truck, abiding by all the rules, and suddenly your hitch bends down by 5 degrees. 5 degrees! So you go to Ram and you're like, what the heck? And then Ram just points at the regulations and says, that's allowed, that's fine. I think rightfully you'd be pretty upset. So understandably, Ram has their own internal metrics that the truck needs to handle. Now, they didn't share a ton of specifics. Of course, companies protect their internal info. But they did share some. That includes that instead of doing their testing with a 10% tongue weight, they do it at 15%, making it harder. And they have their own internal fatigue requirements. For Ram trucks, they target 120,000 miles of real-world towing. Now, internal targets are always going to be higher than warranties, right? So when they look at the engineering optimization problem, they're saying, okay, who's a very high use, at capacity towing customer, basically 95th percentile, and how do we make sure our product keeps them happy for the life of the truck? So Ram runs their own fatigue test where they connect a trailer to the truck and run it on their proving grounds on rough roads that impart loading into the truck and trailer. There's bumps and potholes and starts and stops, and the truck and trailer are fully instrumented with strain gauges and load cells, and they look at the load trace over time. And they said that in addition to the tongue weight, they can see G-forces spike as high as 1, 2, and even 3 Gs. They did say they wouldn't expect to see much higher than that unless you're traveling at really high speeds or hit a really bad pothole. So that's where that additional 3G force I mentioned comes from, real-world testing. Okay, now something else Zach brought up in his video was fatigue limits. So I asked Ram their thoughts on using steel versus aluminum in their frames and why they choose what they choose. Now, they were quick to point out that they use plenty of aluminum in their products, but for all Ram truck frames, they use steel, and they brought up 3 big reasons why they use steel versus aluminum. The first thing they mentioned was stiffness. Steel is about 3 times stiffer than aluminum, meaning it resists bending and deformation better under load. Of course, you don't want your vehicle bending under the loads of towing, but you can also design with material choices and thicknesses to avoid that. The second reason they mentioned was fatigue life. Okay, so we need to understand something called an SN curve because this highlights a very distinct and
Majin Buu $20. Do you have caffeine and nicotine pre-workout? Yeah, usually. Yeah, I have caffeine and nicotine when I wake up, and then I usually train like within 30 minutes to an hour when I wake up. So yeah, usually do that. Thanks for the donation though, Majin Buu. This reminds me of this hilarious autistic 4chan post that I saw way back in the day. These 2 autists somehow found each other. This guy told a story about how he was walking home from work and some random guy told him that aluminum is the best metal. It's like super lightweight and strong. And then he told the guy, no, steel is the best metal. It's way harder and more reliable and whatever. And, you know, can be used for more things. And he's like, no, aluminum's better, man. And then the steel guy punched him in the face and told him, like, to go fuck himself if steel's better. I wish I saw that in real life. Two dudes, like, actually fighting over whether steel or aluminum's better.
Powerful difference between steel and aluminum. So here we're looking at, on the y-axis we have stress, or S, and on the x-axis we have cycles, or N, the number of cycles. And so what this is showing you is if you apply a certain stress, let's say a high stress, for a certain number of cycles, well, that's where you can expect that steel to fail. Now, steel has something interesting about it in that it has an endurance limit. So after a bunch of stress cycles,
steel's better than titanium.
Eventually it reaches this endurance limit, and so long as your stresses applied to that steel are less than this endurance limit, it's never going to fail. So just as an example, say you're an engineer designing a product, and you know that the stresses that are going to be applied to that product, say a truck frame, are never going to exceed a certain stress. Well, you know then that that truck frame will last forever. But if your truck frame happens to be made of aluminum, aluminum does not have a fatigue limit. So the more cycles you have, the weaker it gets. Always, even if those cycles are at a very low stress. Eventually, that aluminum is going to fail. So you have to be very careful about how many cycles is this product going to see, and can I ensure that it will never reach a point where that product is going to fail after a certain number of cycles at a certain amount of stress. So again, putting this in context of our hitch test, you can design a truck with a steel frame that meets the SAE requirements for an infinite amount of time, so long as the stresses remain below the fatigue limit. But you can't do this with an aluminum frame, so long-term, steel is the better option. In terms of the Cybertruck, it
mathematically proving the Cybertruck sucks. I love it.
Means the weight required to break the hitch off will decrease over time. Now, I asked Ram if there are any SAE requirements surrounding.
Yes, I will street fight over titanium versus steel.
Fatigue life for trailer hitches in the United States. And it seems there are cyclic tests for certain hitch types like goosenecks, but not for this kind of conventional trailer hitch. However, there are fatigue life requirements in Europe, and Ram does ensure that their trucks meet these requirements. It's worth noting the Cybertruck isn't sold in Europe. Alright, the third reason they mentioned preference of steel rather than aluminum for truck frames is that steel has a toughness about 5 to 10 times greater than aluminum. So toughness is looking at how much energy a material can absorb without fracturing. In towing applications, you have impact loads at the hitch ball, and so steel does a much better job of absorbing these impact loads than you would get from cast aluminum. Another way of describing this is that steel is strong and ductile, so it can handle high loads, and when the loads get too high, it deforms. Aluminum is also strong, but it's more brittle, so it breaks when the loads get really high. And that's exactly what we saw in Zach's comparison. The Ram probably experienced some deformation, but it didn't break, whereas the Cybertruck's rear aluminum casting did break. So the Cybertruck uses stainless steel on the outside, which is objectively very tough, but it uses aluminum on the inside. It's like the appearance doesn't really match what's going on inside. Which reminds me of something Elon said during the Cybertruck presentation.
You want a truck that's tough? You want a truck that's really tough, not fake tough?
I agree. And this leads me to a very powerful quote in the European requirements for mechanical couplings for towing. Regulation 55 4.2 states, all parts of the mechanical coupling device or component whose failure could result in separation of the vehicle and trailer shall be made of steel. Wow. Now, it does go on to say other materials may be used provided that equivalence has been demonstrated. Okay, so you'd still need to show that aluminum could demonstrate equivalence, But I think just a very another strong point where it's like, well, steel does make the most sense for this application. So this leads us to our...
You are my role model. I wanna be big and strong just like you. So I went to Target and bought some of your Sprite and mixed with Monster, but I had to steal the nicotine lozenges as I'm only 15. Fuck the rich, right, VG? I'm so fucking high and litty, oh fuck.
Well, I wouldn't recommend taking nicotine if you're only 15, but what you could do instead is pet a cat. Petting a cat has very similar effects as nicotine. See, cats, they give you a nice dopamine rush. So just pet a cat. Find a cat and pet the cat. Yes, petting cats gives you much dopamine. Oh yeah, that's some good dopamine. Oh yeah, dopamine. Oh, petting cats is so good. I'm getting so much dopamine right now. Well, thanks for the donation, 15, but fuck smilfs.
Our final question. Should customers be concerned about towing at capacity with a Tesla Cybertruck? And to be honest, I don't know. Here's what we do know. Number one, the Cybertruck does meet the loading requirements outlined by SAE for towing at its rated capacity. That's good. Number two, it does seem there are real-world scenarios in which you could reach the tow rating on the trailer hitch, which is above the force we saw the tow hitch brake at. That's not good. And number three, the Cybertruck uses aluminum.
No, don't use melatonin supplements.
Rather than steel for the rear casting, which is what the trailer hitch attaches to. And we've explained numerous reasons why this is not the ideal material for the job. So another point doesn't seem great. If I could ask Tesla just one question, it would be, how many miles towing at rated capacity is the Cybertruck's rear aluminum casting designed to handle? I think, depending on the answer to that question, it could help alleviate a lot of customer concerns. And I think part of the reality of the situation is that time will tell, right? These trucks haven't been out very long, so...
No one's using the Cybertruck for towing. No one. Not one single person who owns a Cybertruck is using that shit for any fucking towing.
How are we to know for certain at this point whether fatigue failures are something to be concerned about? But I also can see the argument that there are valid reasons to be concerned regardless, because steel seems like a much smarter choice for towing, especially if you're marketing a truck as really tough, not...
Yeah, the Cybertruck is fucking terrible. Terrible, terrible. Yeah, I want the RVE version with the nice paint. That is a sick bike.
Just so manic, begging to be ridden, that it not only won the award, the RVE's unit seems far better tuned with little or no unexpected shifts while hooning around in the city.
That is a nice looking bike. Alright, I think I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm still feeling pretty fucked up from fainting really badly earlier. So I'm gonna rest. Not entirely sure if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow night. My mom is coming over. We might we might do a workout live stream. She wanted to hit chest and shoulders with me. We're also going to be doing some mountain biking, and there's a UFC fight tomorrow night that I was planning on watching. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow night, but we'll see. If I'm on, I'm on. So no guarantees. So don't be disappointed if you don't see me. I know all of your lives revolve around me streaming at night, but I might not be on tomorrow, so, you know, just watch some hentai to fill the void. And I should be on Sunday. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And if I don't see you all tomorrow, I will see you Sunday. So, sweet dreams. Make sure you pet your cats for that nice dopamine rush. And I will see you all later. Nighty-night.